I already know my wife gonna get up in a little bit. She gonna be on baby and mommy duty, but shit, I don't want to be talking to y'all niggas. I want to get some productive shit done. And I keep looking up and DistroKid keep charging.
Weird stuff.
Hip hop channels. So our sisters up in there. So
now, man.
we're gonna do it the right way.
We about to do a post.
Okay.
Blue pills.
Right, that nobody wants you here in America, so you have to go.
We still,
you know,
what I'm saying?
you have to.
Then though, it's somebody for him in America, right?
But even though there is somebody for them in America, but that's the thing.
You want some green card control.
Okay, we in the building. Oh, what's happening, man? We in the building. What's going on?
HOD.
What's going on?
I'll meet you, Mike.
Yeah, I'm on mute.
I'll meet y'all over there real quick, man. You ain't got to stay too long, but get your bars off.
Copy that.
Hey, yo, man, we get these smoke signals going on. What's happening, everybody? I got my homegirl. I am so happy she is here. She stopped by a few times, but it's her first time on the panel. So, everybody, let's go on and say what's up to my homegirl. Super dope human being, super motherfucking awesome author, and just a Renaissance woman, an amazing person. This is my homegirl, Memory. Y'all know her from the neighborhood, is in these YouTube streets. This girl behind the mic. What's going on, sis? How you doing?
Shout out, what's going on, Clip? Shout out to everyone listening. Another smoke session. I got my coffee.
Yeah. All right. We up in the morning, eh? And then, you know what I'm saying, neighbors, everybody coming over. I like to welcome, you know what I'm saying, good guy over here. We got HLD all the way from the neighborhood. First time up in the TP. Shout out to y'all. We are on the reservation. I am Chief Smoker Fat Blunt, and this is Smoke Signals. HLD, go on and say what's up to the people. Tell them what you tell them about yourself. HLD.
Yo, what's going on, my man? I'm still hearing Mark, man. I don't know why.
Oh, it's probably on one of your other windows or something.
Yeah,
like that.
I hear you. Can you hit me out on over there, Mark? Close me out. No, he can't. They don't hear you, Mark. Only I could hear you.
Yeah, you good. I closed out all my windows. We good over here. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, we had a great cook up. We was over there in the neighborhood and we was discussing passport bros. If people don't know what that is, that's like a lot of American men, they're believing that, you know, it's probably better for them to go and get a chick from another country because these American bitches lost their mind. Nah, I mean, that's what they say. That's what they believe. I mean, I have my opinions, but I wanted to continue to build. And so, I'm up for a little bit. And so we here for the smoke. So, you know what I'm saying? We're going to go ahead and get this real steamy and real spicy. And it's beautiful because the two people that I got on the panel with me, I have an American citizen by the way of our territory in the Caribbean, Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Puerto Rico in the building. And then I have my African sister, American citizen, born in Africa. And so it's interesting to get their perspectives. For some of y'all who didn't, who aren't tapped into the earlier parts of the conversation, let's start with Girl Behind the Mic. Girl Behind the Mic, just go on and give me just a brief little how you feel about people basically trying to import and exporting love. Do you think it's possible? Do you think it's problematic?
So I think it's both, right? I think it's possible, and I think it can also be problematic. But it also resonates with the way I feel about local love, or love in relationship, or local relationships, I should say, right? I've always said it reminds me of just a side note real quick, reminds me of when I told my sister about interracial dating, because she started dating white men. And I say to her, make sure, and this was after she had gotten divorced from a black man, and I said, make sure that you're dating them without intentions. Don't date interracially because you hate your race or because a black man did you wrong. Date whoever you want to because you love them. So this is the same example I have for passport bros, or for overseas relationships. Make sure your intentions are pure, but it feels almost like the trend that's going on now is a trend. Passport bros, like, let's go intentionally get women from overseas, get with women who are from overseas, and they feel like they'll be success there. To me, there's a lot of ill will intentions. What happened to relationships, love, the foundational blocks where you get to know someone? And then I ask myself, if that was the case, they would just find it here. It's not an international or national thing. That's why I say it's one of those things where you're on vacation in Cabo, and then you see someone, and then maybe you want to keep in communication, and then it morphs into something natural. But when you're purposeful and intentional about going to a place to find a significant other, you're going to get exactly what you find, which is another human being that's purposeful and intentional in getting over on you. You bring in the US dollars. And the most nerve-wracking moment to me is, once again, passport bros are not going to economically sound countries. They're not going to Finland, Denmark. They're not going to the United Kingdom. They're not going to other first world nations. You're going into impoverished third world nations. These nations in which I grew up in are looking for a handout. Economical situations are so dire financially and all around. So yeah, if love is going to get me out of where I'm at, I'm going to do a lot of pretending and get on board and most times, and I'm not saying all people that meet international love, that's what the international women want, but it's just part of the package deal, because you have internationally set the energy for something intentional to find someone, because you feel like you're entitled to someone from overseas because you're tired of women here. So therefore, once you set that recourse of energy that's not pure and natural, then you're going to attract someone else who also has intentions. Monetary gain. People need a handout and a come up. And the other part about it being third world country where they're not going to seek these women in first world nations is also, you're not seeking women in third world nations that are the financial backbones of the country. I know we had mentioned about, you could be a doctor, you could be a lawyer. We have those in our countries, but they don't get paid that much within those economies. But I'm talking about a business mogul. You're not seeking a woman in that country that's a multimillionaire off that country, because you don't have access to her. And she doesn't want you.
Levels to this. He said there's levels to this. A lot of times, yeah, you could be out there looking like Uncle Fester, but you know what I'm saying, just the prospect of that green card to some of these girls, this is what you look like.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? They need that.
You are the jackpot. You are the jackpot. You are the lottery. You are the green card lottery. You are it. And
exactly.
That's it.
100%, 100%. I want to shout out to Mark Nash for joining the panel. But I'm gonna take it to I'm gonna take it to the good brother HLD. HLD, what do you got to say about trying to you know what I'm saying, trying to export the dick or trying to import some box? What do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I hear everything the girl behind the mic is saying, and I understand to a point. Yeah, but the thing is that a man's value here in this country is based on what his worth is as his economic status. So women in this country, for the most part, are not valuing these men who are, let's say, the average man who's making $50,000 a year. They don't want to value that man. That man is a scrub. That's not good enough. And then what do they have to bring to the table? Just their box and their beauty. That's it. That's a lot of these women. And so when a man does go with this 50K to another country, let's for an example, he is now seen as a man of value. Yeah, maybe because but that's how it is. Women are hypergamy. They look up to the man who can provide. And here in this country, a man who makes $50,000 is not seen as much. He's a broke ass. When he goes to another country, he is seen as a man who can provide, a man who can really take care of a family. You see? And so there's a difference in that culture from that in itself here in the United States. A man nowadays who's making 100 grand is barely hitting the limit of what some of these women just want. And they have nothing else to offer. And then if you have a successful woman who's making equally as yourself as 100,000, she don't want another $100,000 man. She wants that 500K man. So yeah, it's the same story as far as they looking for a higher status, whether it's in another country or whether it's here. And so what does a man have? The average man, yeah, he's ugly. He don't, he's not good looking. He can't get that thing. But guess what? If he's able to get that box in another country, then God bless him. Let him go get that box in another country who's gonna appreciate him as a king, whether he looks like fucking, little little Beetlejuice and shit. I mean, the man is being respected and taken care of in that sense.
There you go, HLD. Shout out to HLD. Beetlejuice deserves box, and that Beetlejuice deserves box.
But I understand that there are risks to this, and obviously you can't be this man with the intention thinking, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go there and just pick up a chick and that's no, man, you're gonna get fucked the same way. You do have to build a relationship with this person. You really do need to take the time. But I haven't really got into what the narrative on the online thing with the passport bros, but it seems like these guys are just going to other countries because they got a few dollars, American dollars, which stretches large in another country, and they just think that, well, if you're going out with those intentions, you're just gonna get fucked because you're just buying pussy. You're not really trying to get a relationship. You're not trying to get love. You could buy pussy here for that. You know what I mean? So there's no need for that. But if you're looking for love, it's a process just like it is anywhere when you're trying to meet a person to become something long-term in the future. So you do have to, let the process go, and it takes time. And if you don't have that time, don't get yourself in a mess of marrying a woman just because she gave you some ass and you bring her here. And then the next thing you know is, what have you done for me lately, Eddie? And you're going to get fucked. So let's be real about it. That shit happens. You know what I mean? And once you get that green card and you get a lot of these women, yeah, a lot of them do end up divorcing, and the divorce rate is already high in this country. So, I mean, imagine what's going to happen in those type of circumstances. So I do understand everything the girl behind the mic is saying, but I'm more to the effect of that there is a diminish of value of men, regardless of what status they have, whether they're working a normal blue collar type job, or even if you're a high value man making 200K. A lot of these women don't have nothing else to offer, yet the man is like enslaved to have to be something. He has to create his value, while the woman doesn't have to create that value. She's just, hey, here's my beauty, here's my box, and that's it. And then they still want to treat the man like shit. So I see there's a lot of things going on in this country, and I can see why maybe a man who is of high value, who does have the time, like myself, I really am thinking about, becoming an expat, leave this country, take my wealth elsewhere, and live like a king somewhere else, and then maybe find that special someone and be in that country where I ain't really have to worry about all that other stuff about green card or anything like that. Ain't no need for that. We're gonna live here, wherever it is, Colombia, Brazil, wherever.
I mean, that's a great point. I've often said that. I've often looked into that. Those are my life goals. Actually, if I wouldn't have had my daughter, I'd actually be, my son's about to be 18. I'd already be well into doing that. And it's sad, but I really do think that importing some box or exporting a D, that's not really the problem. I think that we're looking at a generation of men who are being who the lack of value, as HLD is saying, is being pushed in their face. And it's being kind of rubbed into their face and etched into their psyche, to where, just as, say, economically, there is no more middle class. Culturally and socially, there is no average man, hardworking man. There's, there's a bum or a baller, and most women in our society are, they're never going to settle, and they want this baller. They feel entitled to this baller, and they feel that they are entitled to this baller just because they're a woman and they exist regardless of their looks, because we can't even say, oh, well, she's a pretty woman, because we're now in the stage where all women are beautiful, which they are, but you know what I mean. And so I believe that that's really the heart of the whole passports bros, is people just trying to look for a better situation. In fact, I do have an opinion from a councilman of the Passport Bros Association, and I just wanted to, I wanted to bring him up on the panel, and Mark, we just wanted to, just see basically what's going on with the brothers over there, and what's new on the whole passport hustle.
I thank you, sir. I'm not the leader, but I will defend him tonight. I ain't mad at nobody who want to cross the water, cross the pond to get what they feel they need to get a part of this PBC. You get what I'm saying? Like, do what makes you happy. If you are not satisfied with the options, that's one of the good things about being an American. Your passport good everywhere, baby. Well, damn near everywhere. I mean, 95%, right? Can we agree to that? Can we all agree to that? That's one of the good things about being an American. The world is your oyster. Free market society. You can be whatever you want to be. Buy whatever you want to buy. Go ahead. Just pay your taxes. I'm not mad at the passport bros. But don't get mad at the passport sisters neither, though. You know what I'm saying? Because the sisters are diverting as well. And they diverting right here in the country. So when you mad at the brothers that's going overseas, shit, where's the talk about the sisters that's right here in the country that just want a little cream on their coffee because they don't want their kids to have nappy hair?
Talk to them.
I digress. I pass back to the sister right there with the beautiful red hair right there. Oh, free smoke for everybody. Oh, no, that was kind of gay. I don't like that. Don't put that out there for me. No. Did I sound zesty like that? Is that what I get? That's the drop I get,
Nah, I just put that one out you sound. Oh, yeah, we're going to just slide.
Yeah, your face on it, too. Like, hold on. Was that you?
We got to reface it. We got to reface everything,
No, don't reface yourself with no damn thong going, nigga. You put yourself... I'm out of here. I'm back in the chat, nigga. You know how to kick me out. That nigga know how to kick me out of the room.
I'm gonna be like, wait a minute, hold on, what's happening?
This nigga don't make himself Ray J everything.
Hey, Mark see me on my roller skates. He was like, this nigga tripping, man. This nigga Eclipse tripping, man. Fuck.
Yo, you don't put yourself on everybody. You got an identity crisis, nigga. You got an identity crisis. He's Samuel L. Negro. Oh my God. Clips, how many more? Let's go. I'm enjoying this shit. Oh shit. DM Clips. He DMC, nigga. DM Clips.
Zion Smoke got 1 million of them, man. Got 1 million of them, you know. Yeah, got 1 million of them.
Hold on. I ain't see that one. I ain't see it. What was that? Was that from that
the They Fall, yeah.
Yeah, bro, I love, bro. Underrated.
Great movie.
That was a great movie.
Great movie.
And watch how I tie everything together. Now you notice in The Harder They Fall.
I'm scared now. I'm scared. I'm scared now.
Which was staged in the late 1800s. You know what I'm saying? That was set in the late 1800s. You notice the role of women and how it was depicted in that. And there always has been
gay women.
No, I didn't get nothing talking about nothing.
Okay, there's a gay woman in there. Remember, she was kind of tough. Well, in the back. When we find out how fast she was running, she was like,
you say gay women.
You shot him in the back. You fucking coward. I was like, damn, she was kind of gay though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because she had to wear that dress. Remember, to go steal in the bank.
Yep. Come on now.
Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah, they had the little sister boy. You know,
Clips was like, that is not what I meant. But go ahead, bro.
I wasn't, but we know that. But yeah,
nigga, I cannot unsee you in no reface right now. You just like you missing a wig right now. I see you with Rick James. I see you as the damn Dos Equis man. That nigga's Basquiat.
You know what I'm saying? You know, you got, like I tell people, man, how many people, you know what I'm saying? And
illusions are grander, bro. This nigga was like, man, I'm gonna be somebody famous out this motherfucker.
I am somebody.
Yes, let me mute my mic. Go ahead, bro.
But yeah, but I really do believe that it wasn't that long ago. All of us here, if you're of a certain age, we're just a few generations away from, it may have not been the best of times, but we still had functioning families. And I believe it was on Breaking Beats that HLD alluded to, that there is just, the family is not valued. And we have a lot of women who, in my opinion, this is not an attack on women, but in my opinion, in my experience, we have a lot of women who express family, but when you see their actions and how they live, there is no value. You know what I'm saying? There is no value to family. There is no push to, you know what I'm saying, try to maintain or try to keep that. Or a man who is fighting for his family is not as valued. It's like, fight harder, nigga.
Exactly.
I mean, what do you, open panel, HLD crap.
I mean, like Mark was just saying right now, oh yeah, but what about the ladies when they want to go overseas? Well, guess what? They're gonna do what our guys do. They're just looking for a fuck boy, because those broke ass motherfuckers from across the country, they don't want them for real as a husband. You see, they're not gonna want them either. They don't want the ones that are making 50K here. You think they're gonna want somebody who's making whatever 500 pesos in a month in another country? No, even less. They're just fuck boys. So there's even less value as far as anything when it comes to do with relationship. They might go get some good D. That's what they're looking for. That's all good. But don't expect it to be a relationship. That ain't gonna happen. And that's all, you know, that's. But as far as when it comes to the value in this country about, you know, family and everything, well, I'm sorry, I mean, the best years of a woman, you know, between 18 and 30 maybe, they're spent in school, career driven, and building up that bank and shit, running the whole phase, right? And so then when it comes to that you know, year 30, they looking for that Prince Charming now, you know, and at that time, you know, the man who's now starting to build his wealth after 30, now he's valued, and this woman who's been running around the rosy, they want this prime man who's got it all. Now he's looking at her 30, 35, and like, nah, man, I could get with a 25-year-old. What the fuck do I want you for? You know, I mean, they're not gonna look at her the same way.
I want experience, HOD.
How's that?
I want that experience, big dog.
What experience?
The experience of nurturing, the experience of being a woman. I mean, you get a girl too young, shit, you don't even know how to wipe good. Let's keep it a buck. Fuck you, man.
The fuck I mean, my man. The thing
Yeast
is, what?
infections galore.
Yeah, my man. You if you good with that.
Memory, what you said?
That's a whole.
Say yeast infections galore. You say you get her, she might not too young. She might not be able to wipe good. Yeast infections galore.
Like that. I'm just saying.
UTI every 3
don't even know they
I'll deal with the yeast infections and knowing that she already had gonorrhea and shit or some fucking syphilis. I mean, shit. She been through the club and your whole team of your whole former basketball team that you hang out with already ran her through and shit. Well, guess what? Let me get the yeast infection, girl, man. I'll teach you how to take care of the box. I'll teach you.
Hey,
oh, that's so cute.
Words.
I'm with both sides of this argument. But go on and sit back and roll up. Chief got a quick story now. Listen.
Here we go. It's story time. Let's go, Clips.
I learned a long time ago. I was raised by pimps and hoes. Now, you don't never want to know what a woman really got going on. Ignorance is bliss and the key to happiness. I've learned it a long time ago. They're worse than us on all levels, but they're better at it in every way. You don't want to know. Ignorance is bliss. Girl behind the mic, I'm going to pass you the ball. Pass you the blunt. Don't tell on yourself. Man behind the mic's listening. I see I got a new subscriber. It's a name I never seen. This man behind the mic. I think his fake name's Alejandro. Shout out to Alejandro. So don't tell on yourself. But girl behind the mic, am I lying, sister?
Wait, what?
Am I lying? You don't want to know.
Men don't want to know. No, men should know.
I mean, you should. You should understand that it cuts both ways, and they're
You can handle it. Yeah.
They're better at it. They're worse than us, and they're better at it.
Is there a penicillin shot for that? No, I'm just.
There ain't for herpes. I tell you that.
Is it curable? No.
If you got the matching set, here's a herpes. You go get you into a group. You find you a motherfucking like a group, and you find you a girl that's cool with in the group, and y'all just go on and do y'all thing and get out of population. Don't fuck up the population with the bullshit. You feel what I'm saying? But now, as far as penicillin and all like that, listen, it's a contact sport. Protect yourself at all times. I had a bachelor pad where I always tell people we had a bathroom where if you open the medicine cabinet, yes, it was full of morning after pills and amoxicillin and all sorts of shit because it's a contact sport. You gotta protect yourself at all times. Motherfucker get the wilding out. Motherfucker come back up from fucking Florida on vacation. You just hand them the bottle of amoxicillin like, yeah, I already know, man. Like, yeah, man. Yeah, Daytona Wild. I know, bro.
Little pharmaceutical cabinet there.
It's contact sport.
But this whole situation, I think, is really we can't group it all. It's really you have to do it on an individual basis. Everybody's gonna go through whatever journey and their path that they're going through. But there's not a one way fixed answer to everything. But my thing is just the way I see things are going on in this country with what the culture is, what is being bred, the emasculation of men. They want to make a whole bunch of moist men because a country of moist men makes an easier controllable country. And now we're having all this, super empowerment of women and the men are holding the purses and the women are the superheroes. Some fake ass shit. You know what I mean? When we all know when shit hits the fan, it's us men who have to fucking put up the fucking dukes and go fight the wars. We're the ones who are going to have to fucking die in that battlefield and can protect everything. You see? And so that type of masculinity is considered toxic. We're the motherfuckers who have to run this shit. We're designed by God, and I believe that to be leaders. I'm not saying that women are secondary. I'm just saying that is our role, to be the protectors, to be the providers. And that type of fucking attitude in this country is being diminished. And as far as in women are the ones who have to take over everything. But it's because right now we're in an easy country. But take this fucking attitude and put it in a fucking other world where it's tough and hard. Let's see if they are doing that shit. Take this attitude to the Ukraine right now and see where the women are gonna fucking be at. See, I'm talking about the women who think that they don't need men, that men are just nothing. And that type of toxicity is a problem in this country. It's a massive problem. Where the feminists there for that shit? Where are the women that are now protecting the Ukraine war? Where are they at? Where are they standing? Oh, we want to defend it. No, we're just saying all women and children out the country, men stay here. We're gonna fight this shit. You see, and so when in this country right now, because it's easy, it's very easy. Easy times also create soft men, and that's what we're having in this country. A lot of softness. But when shit hits the fan one of these days, it's us men who are going to have to be able to stand up. And are we going to be able to? Are we breeding the men that are going to be able to do this shit? I don't know, man. It's looking very weak by the day. Every 10 years, you see it get softer and softer. And so, I mean, there's a lot of issues with what I'm saying with when it comes to, the value of and roles of men and women. A lot of men have abused and neglected to treat the woman as a queen when she is a household woman and treat her as the most important role of the dynamic of a family, because she is. There's nothing more important than that woman who's taking care of your household and your kids. But a lot of motherfuckers in our past generations, just because they were bringing the bread, they abuse that and thinking that they're just so high and mighty and the woman is nothing. And they fuck that up in parts of mentality to what we have nowadays. That's why, there's in parts reasons why, a lot of these women don't want to be in that role, because a lot of motherfuckers have not known how to take care of the woman properly. I do acknowledge that. But, this just breeds into so many other things to me that I see in this country. And that's why it irks me, because I see it. The emasculation of men and the devaluation of what men are, and to whatever degree they are, they're not valued. They're not valued at all. And a lot of these men, they do end up having issues because of this. And so if you expect them to stay in this country to find a woman who's just going to continue to devalue him, the fuck no. He's going to go another way where a woman's going to want to, treat him like a king. And hopefully he's doing his part to treat her then properly like a queen and do the job right. But that's the way I see it.
Man, no, that actually hits a lot of nails. You hit a lot of nails square on the head, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. Who am I other than that motherfucking guy? And it's my motherfucking show. And so, goddamn it, I could just put that shit on loop if I wanted to. But what was that? Thank you, I appreciate that. But I really do believe that that is an old quote. It's actually an old proverb. But yeah, hard times breed hard men, and hard men will provide good times. But good times provide soft men, and soft men will create hard times. It's a cyclical cycle that we go through. But right now, I do believe with technology and the advances of modern society, they want us to stay stuck in a complacent sense of perpetual peace. In my training, I was always taught that if you spare the struggle, you will sacrifice your strength. And I believe we are in a weird stage where we love the emperor moth. It's a pretty butterfly. If anyone doesn't know what an emperor moth is, those are moths. In Japan, what they would do is they would cut open the chrysalis or the cocoon, and they would pull the moth out to where the moth can't fly, but it's got all the beautiful wings. It can't fly because it didn't have them extra weeks of struggling to break out of its fucking chrysalis and building up that strength to where now it can fly. So now you have these pretty little butterflies that you got to take care of, almost like a, one of them little trees called bonsai tree type shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what we are doing with our men. It is wrong for a man to tell a woman who she is and how she must be as a woman. And everybody on the panel agree it's wrong. Like, that's bad. That's ill. That's bad form. Yet and still, we live in a society where it is a woman-dominated narrative on what defines a man. Which brings us back to what HOD was saying, that a man's usefulness is his value. And I think we've got to get away from that. I believe we've got to see value in everything. And I believe also with the individualism of Western culture, no one respects interactions no more. No one really appreciates our interactions. You know, I'll be in a relationship with girl behind the mic, and if it's not going my way, well, fuck it. I'm gonna go, fuck it, fuck this shit. You know what I'm saying? There's no trying to work it out. There's no trying to seek understanding. There's just scorched earth policy and a whole bunch of people who pout, take their ball and run, and are encouraged to do so. You know what I'm saying? So I that's what I really believe where we're at with it. And I believe that the reason why people are, you're getting passport bros, or you're getting people try to, even with the crazy gender fluidity and this whole rainbow thing, we have so many people who are just what the paradigm is not working. And now as a species, we have all these frantic groups trying to find something that works. And I really can't fault them for it, but I believe it is causing mass confusion. Am I wrong? Am I like the old man that's just saying that the future is scary, or am I really seeing some real problematic situations on the horizon for us if we continue?
I think there's a problem. It's loud and clear. You could see it. Just look at the diminish of family and divorces and the promiscuity in this country. You know what I mean? It's out of control, and we all love to, look, man, we all love the pleasures of our meat. You know what I mean? We love the pleasures, but it's getting out of control to the point that there's no value in the human spirit, and there's no value in those type of things. It's just all very materialistic and very selfish and egotistical. And I think there is a problem, and the paradigm is not working. There needs to be some type of shift, and the way it's going right now, I at least in this country, it's it starts from the top nation, I guess, as I may call it, in the world, and it bleeds out everywhere else eventually. And if this shit doesn't change, I don't get it, because it's not working. It's just not working. I see it getting worse and worse, and I really have no idea where it's all going. But it is what it is. But that's why I'm saying, if you do have a queen, my man, out there, and she's a good woman, you better damn right make sure you take care of her. You hear that, man behind the mic? You take care of her, because there's very few women that are good women out there, I think, that have a good heart, that understands the balances of life, and know how to appreciate a man. Yet you better make sure you appreciate that woman equally, if not more. But I do see that there's a problem going on in this, at least in this country. I'm going to narrate it always to this country, because the world does see this country. Yeah, we're the number one as far as wealth, but as far as like culturally, we look like a fucking bunch of crazy fucks. We're not seen with the respect. There are other countries like, man, United States is the fuck is going on over there?
I want to put a pin in that. I want to get back to that. I want to build on your stronger points about I see a dark day coming, but let's put a pin in that, because it's both of you've got unique perspectives to be on this panel. I've learned in my travels, most people from outside the country, America is the world sitcom. I've said, these motherfuckers look at us like these motherfuckers are insane. Everybody's got guns. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody just, as soon as you get into middle school, you're pregnant. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people look at, like, as much as we view American exceptionalism, and on certain ways you could say, yes, we are, from a just basic societal human standpoint, I've noticed a lot of people from a lot of different countries, they kind of look at us as amusing. Girl behind the mic, do you see a dark day on the horizon for humanity? Let's not even narrow it down to black people, white people. I'm talking about human beings. If we keep dealing with this current model that's being pushed as far as gender relations and the way that gender interaction is being navigated.
It's a good question, and I'm wondering, like, for me, my personal take is contingent on people's beliefs, and I'm probably gonna sound weird about this, but I see a neutral future. Like, I mean, and once again, like I said, I'm gonna sound neutral on this because for me, it's about belief, your belief system, what you see, and I think like when you do have children, it definitely puts a weight on how you view the future and where the future of the world is going. Because I feel like children or the youth are the ones that are going to get or are getting heavily impacted by where society is trying to take the world. But I also believe that you can have a way of keeping them away from that, or maybe just raising them away from that. I think it's like a double-edged sword. They put a lot of agendas in front of us, but do we have to take the bait? Do we have to be the people to cooperate with what they're doing? No. You could teach your children or the youth or my nephews and nieces not to take the bait, to know thyself, to know right from wrong, so that they don't veer off into the darkness of gender elimination possibly by 2060, right? So I think that there will still be people that do know what they're supposed to do in humanity. I don't think all of humanity is going to go into total darkness behind these agendas.
You know what? I hope you're. Oh my God! I hope you're so right. I hope you are so right. I am not that optimistic. I tell people all the time that I want everyone to win. I know we all ain't gonna make it. I just know. I'm sorry. I'm gonna tell you the facts. You know what I'm saying? We all ain't gonna make it. And I know earlier when I was speaking in the neighborhood on Breaking Beats, you know what I'm saying? If you're not a member, go on and be a member. Hit your like and subscribe. Hit the like and subscribe here too. Come on down to Smoke Signals, man. But I said earlier when I was I got people lost when I was talking about the Luciferian aspects of it. Bear with me on this, HLD girl behind the mic. I'm not going to be too long-winded. The reason why I say that is, and I talked about the Daughters of Lilith and their manifestos in the 60s, as well as the gay manifesto of the late 60s, early 70s, when they were calling, they were signaling that this is what they're going to do. They're going to push this agenda and they're going to push these things. The reason why I say this is, if anyone understands, like we was talking about the one time girl behind the mic, how these rituals and things work. It's a systematic program of normalizing ideas. And once you normalize that idea, you'll slowly start to familiarize yourself with the acts. And by the time the acts become muscle memory, you've already indoctrinated yourself into a certain belief just by normalizing an idea over the masses. And so the reason why the paradigm doesn't work is I believe that the paradigm was set up flawed so it can be challenged. What I have learned in my travels down the rabbit hole is that, you know, it's easier to take on the boogeyman when you create him. So what I was getting at is these groups were systematically creating a climate where there would be these problems and there would be this discord and discontent racially, between the genders, between, you know, this, that, and the other, for confusion. And I call them out for who they are at their roots, because if you understand Luciferian theory, regardless of what you may believe spiritually or whatnot, can we not agree that the end result, whether it's the male, female, or whatever, is perpetual confusion. You know, no one's pushing towards a solution because everyone's now entrenched and tribalized in their positions, as we see sometimes when we do gender topics on different panels. You know, you'll get them certain people who, you know, fuck these bitches, these hoes ain't shit. God damn it, you know what I'm saying? I beat a bitch last week, but I ain't no monster. She had it coming. You know what I'm saying? Or these niggas ain't shit and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, can we just, you know, do we not see that we're at a point now where the conversation is so convoluted that people just are arguing and not trying to push a solution? It's now more just trying to stand on the soapbox and, you know, profess whatever position or perspective you hold. You know what I'm saying? That was the very key of the spell. I don't want to get too long when I'm sorry. I'll let y'all talk, but I'm just trying to explain to y'all, like, I'm being careful how I word it without, you know what I'm saying? That was the whole point of the spell. Is what I'm getting at. Did either of y'all follow what I'm trying to say? Like, the whole point of the spell was for the confusion.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, and yeah, we do see that, you know, both sides. I mean, you see it all. You know, all you got to do is just go on any of these damn platforms that are talking about relationships and stuff like that, and all you hear is, you know, all these women are a bunch of hoes and they don't do shit, and then the women are like, these are, you know, broke ass motherfuckers, they ain't got nothing, and all you got is this back and forth thing, and but it also, I also do believe, and I always said, everything starts at home, and unfortunately home nowadays is a wreck. You know, parents are not raising kids right. There's no lessons of anything, of values, and just normal basics teachings to raise a man, to be a man, and there's no teachings of women to have some of the basic stuff of women. And so there's a whole bunch of fuck around going around with raising our kids to be prepared for this world, to be able to engage properly also in a relationship, and to treat one another with the utmost respect and love that each one deserves to have when you engage in a relationship. But a lot of these kids nowadays, they don't know shit. They just don't. You got a man who, you know, the woman may call him, yo, I got a flat tire, and motherfucker don't know what to fucking do about it. You know, or hey, honey, man, I'll give you to, you know, cook some birria, because I'm, you know, we're gonna have some family over, and she ain't gonna know how to cook some birria tacos like Girl Behind Mike know how to do. You know what I mean? You know, they don't know how to do none of that shit. So there's a lot of shit that we're raising kids that are not prepared for many things in this world, and they're just going at it, learning by social media, basically. They're only learning from other motherfuckers who don't know shit about nothing, and they're toxic too. And so there's no guidance. It's just, I think there's just so many issues going on all at once that you could point the finger at to why things are not working as copacetic as possible. It's just not working, and unfortunately that's the way I see it. I see it getting worse and worse, and that sounds like my parents or my grandparents. Oh, things are getting worse. Things have never been this bad when I was growing up, and now I'm repeating the same shit they're saying. But it's
the craziest thing, HLD. Like, I've always said, because, you know, I was the youngin' growing up around, like, I'd be 15 around 30-year-olds every day. You know what I'm saying? These are my everyday niggas, like, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, it's crazy. And I said, when I got, if God lets me get gray in my beard, I wouldn't be that old nigga. HLD, Girl Behind the Mic. I'm that old nigga. I'm that old nigga. I swear to God, I am. I don't fuck with none of these little niggas. Yo, this shit weird and spooky to me. That's why I'm having these conversations. Like, man, like, I don't understand. Like, I tease my son and my youngins all the time. I say, how do you do this? Like, I'd be terrified trying to navigate this landscape. Like, you know, how do you do this these days? Like, this is really insane. Because yeah, there's so many things going on, and all these things play into each other. I mean, hell, I mean, even the expression of what is a positive relationship, like, when did that become a cookie cutter construct that everyone has to fit themselves into, or you're in an unfulfilling or a toxic relationship because some survey bitch took on Instagram, she scored a 40 on it instead of a fucking 100. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I see a lot of people looking without for all the things they're trying to fix within. And it's hard. Like, it's hard to really express to somebody that you are the solution for your problem. You don't have to go out to motherfucking Dubai to go get a bitch, even though you can get a bitch in Dubai. Goddamn. All right, let's get it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I mean, we have to be clear that you know, you have to make sure that you're checking all your boxes to make sure you're right and you're ready and you're prepared to bring whatever it takes to the table to maintain a healthy, prosperous relationship. You know, but it does take two people to want to do the same thing, to have to make it work, because it is work. Relationships, regardless of what it is, does take work, and it takes time. You know, we expect it to be always, you know, sunshines and rainbows, and it really isn't, because you know, relationships take some ironing. You got to iron details out, and that shit takes time. You know, relationships still at year 15, you know, they probably are a lot more better than we're at year 5, but it's because they had to put in the work to iron things out, to work with each other, to really get to know each other. But it takes work on both sides to make it right. And if you know, and that's where a lot of the issues are nowadays too, that people want to dispose of people so quickly without putting in the work, that, you know, it takes time to adjust to new things and new ways of another person, and to understand them, and to have tolerance, because there needs to be a certain level of tolerance to love thy, you know, your wife or thy husband, because, you know, nobody is perfect, but if you truly have love for each other, you will be able to work things out. But we're not in that culture. You know, we are where, you know, I buy a pair of shoes today, and next weekend I'm buying another pair of shoes, and we just get rid of the old ones because I already wore them. And so, I mean, I don't know, man. I think this, you know, I'm rambling probably beyond what it has to be when it comes to the relationship thing. But when it comes to the passport guys and whatever, you know, really do your homework. Make sure you know what you're looking for. I think girl behind the mic said, if your intention's just to, you know, oh, I'm just gonna go and find a woman and that's it, like that. No, that shit ain't gonna work. You know, because it all takes time. It takes processes. I just don't think there needs to be any hate from any women or men who are against that, and they're stealing our men or they're stealing our women and whatever it is. You know, to each his own, and hopefully they find their happiness. But when it comes to making it work, you got to make sure you put in the time required to do so, and minimize the benefit factor of being in a relationship as far as your gains. You know, because if you're just buying your love because you'll be able to, you know, buy all these things for this woman or man and woo them, well, that's buying your love in. But when that shit phases out, you know, do they look at you as somebody that they really love, that they can live without? You know, that shit wears out. And so if you're playing that game, it's a recipe for disaster, and you're in the same shit that you're doing if you would have gotten a partner here in the States. So that's my take on that. That's pretty much all I got.
That's actually deep, because girl behind the mic, I'd like your opinion on this, because I know when especially in my days as a young cocksmith, you know what I'm saying? What I say? No, that's a real thing. That's a real thing.
I just learned.
That's a true profession.
I just learned.
Hey, you gotta get certified. HLD, we tell you, you gotta go to school, you gotta get certification. If you don't have, and you gotta, it's like a union. You gotta pay your dues, you gotta stay current. No. Every now and then you gotta recertify, because you can't just be like a certified cocksmith in like 82 and still run around talking shit in 2023. Like, no, you know what I'm saying? Things change, you know what I'm saying? Like, every now and then we get like a monthly newsletter, you know what I'm saying? What's going on with cocksmithry. It's a real thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a real thing. It's a secret club. We got a handshake and all like that.
It's like an app. You got to update it every so often.
Exactly. But I know, you know what I'm saying? Exactly. But I noticed a lot. I always prided myself. I never wanted to be a woman's first or her last. I always like being that guy that, for better or worse, every other motherfucker's gonna get compared to. And you can't buy that. Now, yes, you'll remember the nice trips, you'll remember the things you did, but that sort of status of memory goes beyond just them little superficial things. You feel what I'm saying? Like, motherfuckers will gravitate and remember them real moments, and I really do think that when everyone goes through their whole phase, we all do, and you can't fault a young lady for going through her whole phase. I mean, if you try to catch them right at that, you want to catch them right at the peak of the whole phase.
Not at the prime.
Yeah, you don't want to catch them when they right at, like, you don't want to catch them like in early, you know what I'm saying, like phase, like, you don't want to catch them like in the first few, you know what I'm saying, first 2 seasons of Hold'em, you know what I'm saying? You don't want a rookie hoe. You don't want a rookie hoe.
You want an expert.
I would have been in the league for a minute, you know what I'm saying? She knows how, she understands protocol. She gets how things are going, and she's at her peak. You feel what I'm saying? And then maybe you could be that nigga to bring her over the top. You know what I'm saying? Now she want to level out at a safe altitude and just, you know what I'm saying, and just straighten up and fly right. You know what I'm saying? That's the plan. That's the plan. But do you think nowadays, with this Jezebelian spirit, that peak that, you know what I'm saying, that men like to try to catch a woman at, that peak's reached a whole new altitude, and in fact, I think certain women, they don't stop climbing, and I think that's what also fucks up the dynamic is, old niggas, you know what I'm saying, even though we still feel like we fly and we out here, nature will time us out, nature will sit us down. You feel what I'm saying? We in a society right now where, when I was a kid, the young women would drop their kids off at Big Mama house and Big Mama raised everybody. You can't even do that now because Big Mama in the club. I'm just saying. Big Mama, Big Mama still trying to get some dick too. You know what I'm saying? She got a little young thing. You feel what I'm saying? So I just feel like I feel like, you know what I'm saying, there's been like you were saying earlier, it's like, increment in 20 and 10-year increments, they just broken every single sturdy, you know what I'm saying, pillar of that foundation that humanity has been able to, you know what I'm saying, survive under. That was our foundation. That was our shelter from the inclement weather of this storm called life, was the family. And I don't see too many standing pillars. I just don't. I don't know. Could you, anybody, girl behind the mic, anybody in the chat, do you know any still remaining pillars?
I personally don't.
I'm not even trying to be Dr. Boom. I want somebody to uplift me and tell me it's not.
Man, my pillar was my grandfather.
That was mine.
That he was my pillar. He was the example. He walked the walk, and yeah, that's not a phase, that we see nowadays. I was lucky enough to at least, been blessed to be raised under his tutelage and his examples that he provided for our family. He was married for over 60 years with my grandmother, and so I can't say we have too much of that, and then that's more the reason that those like myself that are speaking now, we have to become then the pillars for that new generation to at least help guide and give good counsel of things. That's all. I believe that those whispers of all the old men that have given me a lot of advices growing up, those whispers come through at certain times, and you listen, they come back to you, hear it, you're like, oh shit, here it is now. He told me that. He told me this about that. You know what I mean? And how things are and what we got to do. And so I believe that, do we have pillars? No. But can we become somewhat of a pillar to be the example to help that new generation out a bit in the family? I'm not saying pillar for a whole community, because I mean, that's a fallacy. I think it's a more of an intimate pillar type situation with your own family, with your own nephews, with your nieces, with your cousins, and so on, and within that community of your own family, you can become a pillar and be sought out to be like that person who can help guide. Is it a responsibility everybody wants? No, not absolutely, because it means giving up a lot of yourself maybe at times, but if you do have that inert part in you to want to do so, and it's a gift that you may have to give to your family and to your own children, then make sure you become that pillar, and lead by example also.
Yeah, that's real shit. The term is exemplar. In my day, I could honestly say on a lot of things, good and bad, I have many exemplars. People who they didn't preach, this is what you do, this is what this is. They were that. So it wasn't, oh yeah, this is what a man does. I would see from examples of these men on how they conducted themselves, and you would know. Same with the women. And I think nowadays, too many of us go for the image that we're told you're supposed to be. We're told how to be your best self. You're told this is what a real man is, or whatever. And like I said, when I was growing up, there were people who weren't trying to do this. They would just wear that. And that lack of sincerity in self has brought a lot of confusion, to where it allows someone else to define. And what we really want when we're dealing with this of trying to bring back or at least uplift and do better, I always say to myself, but by whose standards? And I think that, back to the whole relationship, and then the greater topic of what we're saying, how the family's being attacked, is by whose standards? You see how our families have been destroyed as we try to aspire to their paradigm of the quote unquote nuclear family. I really do believe that it is a time for, on a lot of fundamental things, that we get away. We let them have their shit. Y'all know what I mean when I say they. They, nigga. Them. Let them have their shit. Quit looking outside for how to fix what's within. Memory. I'm sure there was a stage when you and man behind the mic would have trouble, and you would talk to everybody in the world. You talk to your friend, your sister, your pastor. You get on the internet, call the psychic hotline, Get that little gypsy bitch up the street, $20, let her look at your hand. But wouldn't talk to him. And I bet you that was probably the more difficult points of your marriage. Without even knowing you, you know what I'm saying? I could make that assumption.
Which is incorrect, because I don't talk to my best friend. I don't talk to my sisters. One thing I learned about relationships a long time ago, I talked to him.
There you
Now,
go.
whether he wants to hear it or not, that's on him. But I learned a long time ago, I don't tell him we need to talk. I just kind of pop in. Because then he gets all apprehensive.
1 minute y'all just watching the movie and you like, so the other time when we was at
yes, I have to catch him completely off guard. Because telling him back in the, I learned a long time ago, tell him like we have to talk. He gets a little bit like, what we gotta talk about, and you know. But I learned also.
So memory, when you say we gotta talk, he acts like Bruce Wayne when he sees the bat signal. Oh, I gotta go.
Yeah, well, it's something he gets real anxious, like, you know, like, I mean, and I get it, you know. But I learned a long time ago, a very long time ago, that when you involve your family members, when you involve your friends into your relationship business, you are skating on a very on thin ice and a rocky road. And the reason why I say that is because my best friend since the 4th grade loves me and she wants the best for me. My sisters love me. Okay, my husband to them is a stranger, but they love him because he loves me. So obviously these people are going to ride and be on my side no matter what the situation looks like. If I tell them, it's always going to be biased because it's my point of view. And what I learned a long time ago is I don't want to skew people's thought process of how they view him. You know what I mean? Because it's one of those things where if you are, like, I learned something, like if you're mad in the moment, like if I'm mad in the moment at him and I pick up the phone to call my sister or my best friend, it's in the moment. So we're going to have the advanced sesh. They're going to be team memo and yeah, girl, woo, 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 hype me up a little bit. But when we get off the phone, we reconcile. I'm over it. But my sister and my best friend have this taste in their mouth of what I said, but sometimes it's not even that deep. It's really not that deep. Really. Most times it's not deep.
And you was just mad at the nigga.
I was just mad in the moment. You know what I mean?
Putting the extras on the phone, like, yeah, you know what I mean?
Exactly. If you pick up the phone, you put your friends and your best friend may put your friends and your siblings.
They
yeah,
hyping
your
you
friends
up, like,
and your
yeah,
relatives
girl, he
will
did
hype
that.
you. Exactly.
That's huge. And they charging her battery, so now she's saying extra shit. Girl,
Exactly.
And he be leaving the motherfucking orange juice in the refrigerator with just a swallow.
Hey, thanks. Hey,
So I learned. I learned a long
bro.
time ago that and for me it's a protection. It's because I know that relationships goes up and downs, and I already know my mechanism. Like, I don't stay mad or angry. I've never, ever since as a young child, I've never been one of those people that has grudges, or like if I'm mad it'll take 24 hours plus. Like if I'm mad, I'll be mad in the moment, then I'll cool off. Like I'll just, like, something will come up and I'll cool off. That's always been my default. So it's not that serious, but when I do rush, if you rush to people, they will always have that preconceived notion. That's that nigga that leave the orange juice out. You see what I'm saying? At the next family reunion, you see what I'm saying? Look at him now, leaving the orange juice out. You see what I'm saying? But that may have happened like 4 years ago.
Orange juice, nigga.
Right.
Yeah.
That might happen 4 years ago.
Niggas calling him behind his back and shit.
Right.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
they'll miss all the good qualities that I do see. You see what I'm saying? Because people will always remember all the negative stuff. And sometimes it's not even that deep, but they will remember that. You see what I'm saying? But we'll miss every other good attribute that the person has, and they meet him in person. They'll have a side eye about him. I wonder why I never liked you, because, you know, you leave the orange juice out. You see what I'm saying?
It's the most toxic thing, I believe, when you involve your family or friends in the thing. You know, unless you do have that special real friend who's going to call you out on your bullshit, that one that'll tell you, look, motherfucker, you dogging this shit. You wrong. You know, and there's very few of those friends, because those people have to be so real with themselves to be able to be real with you about it. And if they love you, even if you get fucking pissed about it, you know, they're gonna tell you at least their opinion of how they see it. But when you involve family and friends, It's a disaster. It's a disaster.
Slippery slope. Well said, HLD. Let me welcome Lost Art of Boxing, my man Q to God. Smoke, salute.
Yes, sir. It's in there. It's up there. Smoke signals galore. You hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome to the TP. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, man, this open panel, like, you know what I'm saying? You know, everybody knows each other. I'm sure we ain't gonna be talking over each other. So, you know what I'm saying? I mean, for real, like that is something I've always hated, and that's always been my test. A lot of people don't know this about me, but the people who really know me know this about me. That's why sometimes I will mix my friends up and mix my circles around, because be one of them motherfuckers that got 1,000 things to say about me once I leave the room. Watch how that energy shift.
Hey, Scorpio season, my nigga.
Yo, we got stingers for a reason, my nigga.
Scorpio season, my nigga. November 5th. We ain't with. Hey,
hey, I tell niggas all the time, where is the Scorpio stinger? All right. So when I tell a nigga pardon my back and walk away, I'm giving them a chance, but I'm putting them in the kill box.
Oh yeah.
Because you can either let them walk away or you can catch this.
Bars. What we need a clues bomb right now.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real. Like, I had something like I've had, man, like what HLD was just saying, like when he just jumped in off of what girl behind the mic said, y'all don't understand, yeah, man. Like there was a part of me that just wanted to be. I just felt like I was in church. I'll preach. God damn it! Oh my God. Oh man, listen, man. Oh shit, I want to chop this up and motherfucking anonymously send this to my daughter's mom. Oh my God,
man, can't do it because it's like, bro. And another reason why you can't go to these friends, man. And I'm gonna just give an example, man. We seen it. Some of our favorite movie is Baby Boy. And y'all remember when she was on the phone talking to her girl, and she had her man in the background like, get off the phone with them hoes. Mm-hmm. Next thing you know, he dropping it off in her, and she's still on the phone with her girl, mad about her man and shit. They don't really care like that, my nigga. You know what I mean? They got their own man, or some of them don't even have a man, and they want you to be with them.
Misery love company. Listen, I've seen that happen so many times. And girl behind the mic, you being the only female on this panel right now, maybe you can speak to that, because this always bothered me. Because as a man, I take the advice of older men, you know what I'm saying, men my age, even younger men. You know, I listen. You know what I'm saying? Believe it or not, I process all information that is being brought before me.
Hey, Cliff, let me tell a story, man.
Go ahead. Hold on.
It kind of was going back to what we was talking about before I got on the panel. Going and telling your friends or your sister or your family. Me and my girl, we got into it. This was when she was in college. You know, me and my girl, we've been together for a while now, but this was probably like, we probably been together like a year and a half or something like that. You know, she in college.
Y'all still new, so y'all playing with each other still.
Yeah, so she about to graduate college. Yeah, she about to graduate college or whatever. I think this her senior year or whatever. You know, but it's the beginning. And I was, my name was kind of floating around the college. I'm kind of staying low key, but when they come seeing you picking your girl up, some girls be, and then mutual friends, I might end up in the same party or whatever. I don't know how it got.
He's trying to be nice, saying he was a bit of a cocksmith. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna confirm nor deny, but if you know, you know. You know what I mean? So,
he was community dick on that campus, and circles were starting to overlap, and he was feeling boxed in.
Yeah. And so we get into it one night. Like outside her dorm room or whatever. And goddamn, bro, if she didn't cock back and I didn't know what was coming, she hit me in the motherfucking mouth and bust my lip.
She stole on it.
Man, no, me. She hit the guy. She hit me in the mouth. I'm like, oh my. I'm like, what the bro? In my mouth. I'm like, bro, I just left. I'm like, I'm heated, my nigga. I left. So bro, me and my girl, we together, all that shit over with. Woo, woo, woo. And shit, I'm over her. It's like a year later, bro. It's like a year later. We moved to San Antonio, you know what I mean? And I'm talking to her brother, and he tell me like, they're trying to bush your lip or something like that. I'm like, he's saying it like it's nothing. He just asked him, but I'm like, what the fuck? Who the fuck? She told her people she punched me in the mouth? Like, nigga, I was.
Oh, she stole on you and went out there and claimed the body. She told her younger sister, and her sister told her brother. That nigga did nothing.
Nigga, I'm real shit, nigga. That fucked up my communication with her for about a year, my nigga. That shit hurt I'm like, nigga. Like, I don't know how other people feel about that, but I ain't one of them niggas to just get my ass whooped, whether that's man, woman, whatever. Motherfucker just can't run around here and say they hit me in the mouth. And I ain't did shit about it, And I just didn't like the fact, like, I don't know the story she told him behind me getting hit in the mouth or none of that.
She said you cried like a little bitch. She said, she said, oh, you in it. She said, she didn't say you roll with it. She said you dropped. That you fold it.
She said she trained your ass, and now you're doing the right by her the way you need to be. She said you learned your lesson, and now you kissing her feet like you're supposed to be. That's what she's saying.
Me being a man's man, my ego was hurt, my nigga.
Yeah. But that goes to when you're meeting a person. You know what I mean? You're getting to know a person and whatnot. You got to figure things out. Or what type of person are they?
But that's that you don't tell our business. That's that you don't tell our business, because it go to the fact that I don't know the story you told them, so they could have some type of underlying issue with me in the future or whatever, or just the fact that my manhood was like, you hit me in the mouth and bust my lip, like my shit was bleeding, like oh shit, like that shit hit my tooth and shit. My shit was like a nasty little cut, my nigga, and that shit kind of. I don't want motherfuckers to be knowing I just got hit in the fucking mouth. That shit ain't
yeah, like I get that what you're saying, that the after effects you heard about it. But let me ask you this: were those rules established in your relationship when you got with her? Look, man, our business stays in house. That's the way I am, and I expect that from you too, sweetie. I mean, is that
some people don't totally understand that all the way in relationships. Like we talk communication, but you could tell somebody, but it still has to be understood, So you.
Hey, lost art. When she bust your lip, did you ask her why she did it, or did you just clean the blood off, or did you act like it didn't happen, or what? When she hit you, did you just like?
I'm gonna keep it a bean. I'm gonna keep it a bean. That's what I did. She punched me in the mouth. And I pushed her as hard as I could, my nigga. I pushed her. She slid on the grass, and I just got in the car and left. But my mother
called her back later. Then you was like, "Baby, you hit me in my jaw." By that time, she had already told her sister, "Yeah, this sucker ass dude come up on me. I had to hit him in the jaw, and it was blood, and I splattered blood. I put blood in his mouth, left him leaking.
Put blood in my mouth."
Yeah, I would have felt the, especially if she'd have told it. I would have pulled it to the side and like, look, man, you can't be telling your people, man, what
hey, bro, real life, real shit. That fucked up my communication with her, like on a real level. It was certain shit I didn't even want to talk to her about because I'm like, man, she tell her people like, oh, you know what I mean, like real talk.
Yeah, but just like Brandon is saying, did you have that communication to talk about these type of things so that you guys had? You saying about things that need to be understood, but were they ever explained and talked about to be understood?
You talking about before or after?
Before and after.
Exactly. Like he said, like you said, that all this happened in the first year y'all were together. So maybe say month 5 or 6 while y'all was fucking around, did you just one day y'all was just walking and you said, "Oh yeah, bitch, if you tell anybody my business, I kill you."
Don't tell people my business, but that's at the end of the day, my girl,
the crazy
heavyweight champ of the world, heavyweight champ.
My girl don't come from the background I come from. So
I told my
it's like,
people that too. I'd have said, yeah, I slapped her. Yeah. You know how it is when you coming up. See me, I got the type of disposition. If you touch me, I'm gonna hurt you. So that's already known. Don't touch me. You know what I mean? Because I let it be known. Sometimes you gotta dust the dude off in front of your girl. That way she'll know. And then you look at it and say, you see that? All right now. Keep your hand to yourself. That's how I do it. I just use examples. Like if you slap the shit out of a dude and y'all have an altercation, you got to do stuff like that. So next time, set the example in the relationship early. Just beat up her brother or somebody like that, and you ain't got to worry about this kind of stuff.
It's funny you say that. No. It's funny. But it's funny because I was just explaining to you know what I'm saying, good brother. We called those billboards when I was growing up. We put up billboards. You know what I'm saying? Being a kid who often traveled to new towns, me and my brother, and then eventually our group of friends, we started calling that billboards, where like, yeah, every now and then you got to set that example. It's fucked up. You ain't got to always be violent, but like, I think what HLD's saying is like, did you really make it clear to her? Like I don't play the games. Like I do even things like early in the relationship, say if she's old play fighting ass motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? I don't get violent or nothing, but I let her know, hey, chill, we can play around, but chill out. I don't do the whole whoop-de-whoop, you know what I'm saying? When we touch each other, it's in a loving way. I love you. Now, you ain't supposed to be all here doing all this. I ain't going to be grabbing and snatching on you, and you damn sure ain't just going to be busting me in the mouth, making my lip bleed and telling your sister you knocked me the fuck out.
Yo! Hey, you know she talked about your sex, too, so if your sex is weak, you already know, bro. So ain't no telling what you talking about. They talk about your stroke.
If you came within 20 minutes, at least 3 times within a month, depending on how she feel, you ain't shit.
But I'm gonna tell you the worst shit. When you find out that you ain't shit,
I'm near PhD in that shit. I ain't tripping on. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Ain't that the wildest shit when you hear when you hear, you be like, so I ain't no good. Nah, you ain't no good out here in these streets. You like, damn, I ain't no good.
You gotta make sure you give it so good that she don't want to tell on her friends, because she don't want to tempt them to want to get at your ass. That's how good you gotta be.
Yeah, man.
The billboard theory works.
It's just a theory.
It's not just it's a practice. It's a billboard theory. It always works, and not just in violence. It also works, like HLD saying, you got to throw out that billboard every now and then, and just let her know the goddamn it and the goddamn. And even sometimes if you got a decent billboard in a good and bad way, it could get you in trouble, because now she know this is quality goddamn dick. Now you can get the fucking around. And
it's called Viagra now. It's called Viagra now.
I can imagine girl behind the mic. Girl behind the mic is quiet, listening to our dumbass. Like, look at these dumbass men. Look how these dumbass men be thinking. Ain't no wonder they don't want their asses.
I think girl behind the mic a little smarter than that. I think girl behind the mic smart enough to understand and know that all women ain't the same, because you do get women, you know, you lay it down on them, and they ain't fucked up about telling their friends. Now, I'm not saying they friend might not be looking into that like, oh shit, he really going like that, girl, you know. But it's some girls that still do that. Some don't. But you have, you know, you got both. All women ain't the same, but they are built.
Oh, Q, I got a quick story. I had a girl who was so damn messy, and I ain't gonna lie, I ain't shit. All right, I ain't shit.
You liked it. You like that shit.
No, she was so.
Well, the thing is, never kiss and tell, because you don't know if you got enemy or a friend or foe, because she might want to taste it. So I've never ever shared
that's
my
exactly what
sexual life.
That's what I was just saying.
Anyone, I don't care who you are, you don't know nothing about what we got going on.
But some girls don't know. They naive until it happens.
They are, and then that's what happens to them, and then they be like, "My friend took my man" or whatever. But you was bragging about how good the sex was. She wanted to taste what you tasted.
I told you got to be that good, so they don't have to want to tell. Shit, but if they tell it because you're weak.
Hey. Listen, dig how naive she was, right? You know what I'm saying? Because now when she got with me, I was supposed to be the older cat that she just fucking on. I'm the homie, blah, blah, blah. So I guess she didn't think it like that. But I'm the best thing since sliced bread to her friends. Oh yeah, girl, booty boo, blah 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 blah. Blah. You know what I'm saying? I give it a goon, and she's that billboard. That's the business card. You know what I'm saying? When we call that the business card. And I pass her the business card, and she's passing that to all her friends. And she's on the bullshit where she used to bring her friends around. Ha ha ha! Get drunk, you know what I'm saying? A couple bottles and a few blunts. You know the vibes. Okay, fast forward about 7 months into it. You fucked all my friends.
You ain't shit.
But you the one who brought your friends.
All of
You
them?
still ain't shit. You still ain't
Not
shit. You fuck all of them?
Most of them.
Damn, bro.
75%. 75%.
Hey man, hey,
90.
I
Eclipse.
understand one or two, but all of them?
Hey, I gotta admit, we weren't friends back then, Eclipse. I'm just saying, we weren't friends at that moment, so I'm not part of the friend crew who did it.
All of them?
Well, like he said, she brought them to him, and that's the other thing.
No,
people,
yeah, that was the thing. Like, yeah, girl. Oh, you want to party? Oh, y'all want to hang? Oh, yeah, that's the homie. He
that's
cool.
what I'm saying. She brought them to you, like you said, and that's how I am. I'm so protective over mine. We not doing that. I'm not having a third wheel. You're not coming over my house, single female, and you kicking it with me and my man. We're not doing that.
Yeah,
we not.
3, 4. Oh, girl, you can just crash with us. It's okay.
And that's the thing. Some people be like, "Oh, well, you don't trust your man." I trust my man. It's you I don't trust. You know what I mean? You can't bring freaking a piece of big steak into a lion's den and not expect the freaking lion to eat it. Okay? Like, no, I've always been cautious about that. That's what I'm saying. Some women, I just be side-eyeing it. It's like, it reminds me of my mom, which I never understood, but that's a whole nother situation. She knew dang gone well Papa was a Rolling Stone. My daddy was out here in them skirts. But
Slanging
my
it.
mom slanging. You heard me slanging like it was a full-time job.
Give it up.
I must
Give it up for Pops. Give it up for Pops.
and honor him. I must meet this man and honor
Right,
this
give it up for Pops. But then you know that this is how your man is. But my mom used to stay bringing her like divorced friends over. Oh, she just needs a place to stay. Man, I was young and I used to side eye like, does she not? And then my mom is going on trips. Oh, I gotta go to Texas. I'm be gone for 2 weeks. I'm like, you leaving your divorced friend in this house with this dude? He my daddy, but I'm just saying.
Maybe she was an accomplice to this shit. I don't know.
I feel like that HOD because I couldn't understand it.
Girl behind the mic as a swinger I've been a swinger since middle school. Your mama was a swinger.
It probably is because I'm so confused even up to now. Like, why would you do that?
Listen, I was but you were describing.
You gotta be married to swing, bro. You wasn't swinging a damn thing. You gotta be married to swing.
I was swinging dick. Goddamn it, that's what I was doing. Like, man, it was crazy.
Hey, that's why that motherfucker don't be working when you get 40 because you done put it out in the streets. Now that motherfucker don't work, you gotta do extra shit.
Fuck you mean? You gotta speak for yourself. I am 42 and my back is still strong. I will tell you right now. Yes, I can. Yes, I will. I'm trying to tell you. All right, okay. Listen, all right. I'm like no on that boat.
Bro, you got the same 10 minutes all us other 40-year-olds. Ain't that what y'all said? Ain't that what y'all was arguing about? 10 minutes? This Lady Chan out. Lady Chan was like, hell no.
If you were in a relationship and you have fucked less than for 20 minutes, more than 3 times in a month, depending on how she feels, you ain't shit. That was my exact quote. I know this because most of my life I've been the other nigga who she called, and you could always tell when this nigga throwing some bad dick out here because that's that month you won't leave your ass alone.
That don't mean that. What it mean is some women like companionship the way they like it. I know a woman, she married and everything. She just likes sleeping with other men. She likes being promiscuous. She admits it. I just like being with other men. But the thing about it, she married. That's the only part about it. But
I've had that. I've got rings in the closet.
You got women, and then you got other women out here who just like who they like. So it ain't necessarily about dick and pussy. They might just like you. And then that's what I learned. I'm gonna tell you what I learned when I was a young boy.
No, I agree with you.
I was in high school, and I was probably junior high walking through, I'm what you would call, I never was popular, but an outcast in high school. So popular for doing other shit, popular for the wrong stuff. So walking through high school, and this dude got this girl on his.
He a thug out here in these streets.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah. I didn't want to say that, but that's what it was. So, this dude cuffing this girl that I liked, and I was mad, and I couldn't understand what he had that I didn't have. So I went home to the hood to my big homie. I was like, man, I want beat dude up, man. I don't like dude. He like, why? I'm like, man, he cuffing my girl, and bro, he like, hold up, bro. He said, first of all, women. They choose. He said, man, they like who they like, and they give themselves to who they like. And you can't figure out why she like him. Stop trying to figure out why the fuck she like him. They like who they like. And from the moment on, I was like, oh, because when you coming up, you like, why she with him? He ugly. I look better than him. I'm taller, and you try to, but my big homeboy told me I was bad too. He had my gas. He said, man, they like who they like. They get themselves to who they like. So you can't worry about that. Just be somebody that they like. And I was like, oh, okay, cool.
That might be so in the single game and you're just growing up on how it is. But when you're in a relationship, you're with your woman, you're in a serious relationship, you gotta make your game gotta be on point, like Eclipse was saying, bro. You gotta keep your woman dignitized, man. You gotta make sure you look good, you on point, you in shape, you looking fine when you go out the street. You know that women are noticing you. She sees that. You gotta make sure she knows that you still can get some, that you have options. You know what I mean? She needs to know that. You need to make her feel like, yeah, you giving it to her good, and she knows it. You know what I mean? And then you make her feel that she is that one special one, while all the other women are still trying to get at your ass. But you don't pay attention to all that shit because you're making her the primary choice. That's loyalty right there and in effect. You can have all these other women you want, but guess what? You're only giving it to her, and you're giving it to her fucking good. Now, if you ain't doing your game good at home and you ain't taking care of yourself and you ain't making sure that, man, she notices that, damn, my man is still fine as fuck. Look at all my girlfriends still looking at his ass, right? You gotta keep it on point. But if you're looking all sloppy and you giving her dick for 10 minutes a week and shit, I mean, what the fuck do you expect that she's gonna be happy about? You know what I mean? You gotta keep it. You gotta do your job. As simple as that. A lot of guys get sloppy. A lot of men just think that now they're just all well and deserving. They don't think they need to take care of business. No, you got to take care of business throughout your entire relationship. And if you become a lazy fuck, there's going to be a Puerto Rican like me who's going to look at your woman and she wants to give it up. I'm going to take it and snatch it. It's as simple as that.
I will fuck your bitch.
I'm just calling it the way it is. I mean, if I'm single, I'm shit. Hey, I'm going to get to it. So make sure you take care of your business, guys. Regardless how it is, take care of business. When I grew up, I used to go after school. I used to go to this bodega, and it was an old man always talking. And he, he's all the young kids were playing the video games, but all the teenagers were around. He's always talking this shit, and he always told us, man, as a man, there's two things you need to make sure of: that you know how to give good dick to a woman, and that you know how to take care of shit and fix shit. You know what I mean? Know how to be a man around the house. And shit like that. Those are two things. He's always said you never want to have a woman talk bad about your dick game. Never. If you're doing that, you're doing something. This feels you're doing something wrong, and you got to take care of business. So I mean, when it comes to relationships, I truly believe you got to make sure you always keep it on point, always, and don't let it die out. Be spontaneous. Figure out other shit you got to do to make shit always spicy. Because if not, it gets dull. And man, we are human, man. We're gonna want something. And then that's when your eyesight's turning the other way. Same thing with women. Have to take care of their man. Because if you're not my porn star in my bed, and I'm not getting satisfied the way that I'm expected to. You only want to give me some box, once a week and shit. Man, it's only natural. And not that you want to cheat, but you're gonna start then doubting your relationship. This is what I want. Am I happy in this shit? And that's when things start falling apart in other ways.
Well, yeah, and I think good segue right there, HLD, because, it goes on the other hand, like you get a lot of women who say, oh, these men ain't shit, but a lot of women, I've noticed, I've been in a couple relationships. Now, I'll tell you, I fucked up a lot of my relationships. I fucked them up. But I've been in relationships.
No, you don't say. No, I don't believe that, Clips. I just fucking refuse to believe that.
Yeah, I fucked them up. Hell yeah, nigga, shit. Nigga. can't get, you know what I'm saying? You know, that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? I'll admit that. But I've also seen and been in relationships where you got like, you know, it's like, okay, you know, what are we doing here? You know, like, and you know, like, you know, a participation trophy, or you're happy just to be, you know what I'm saying? Or like, you know, somebody should thank you for being there, but what are you really doing outside of the most basic shit that honestly I could probably have handled for me better or whatever without you? And so I think that that's one thing that when people are in relationships or whatever, yeah, you know, like you said, you can't get complacent. You've got to keep, you know what I'm saying? You got to keep it interesting. And love is one of those things that, you know, it's a battery. It's got to get recharged. I really do believe, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, sometimes it's a very strong battery. Sometimes it's a very weak battery. That all depends on the individuals and the communication and understanding each other's love language. You feel what I'm saying? Sometimes you get to the point where, you know, you pass the honeymoon phase and, yeah, just fucking and sucking me this way or that way, that's really not doing it for me. In fact, that's actually, you know what I'm saying, we cool on this level, but who are you? I don't even know you. Like, I've been in those where, you know, you catch yourself in a lustful interaction where, yeah, y'all at it, but it's more of a lustful thing, and you look up and, yeah, it's been weeks, it's been months, and y'all spent a lot of time around each other. But y'all have only mostly been doing one thing. And now you've got to, and that's another thing I've noticed. We a lot of times in society, because we're navigating this landscape and trying to figure it out, we find ourselves backdoored into relationships. I know as a man, I felt like that. Like, you know, I say it often, you know, you'll get that female who, you know, we're just friends. I don't want no boyfriend. We're just friends. I don't want no boyfriend. But we fuck. We just friends. I don't want no boyfriend. We fuck again. Now, if the dick even halfway good, by the third or fourth time you fuck, at some point she's going to roll over in bed and say, so what are we? But now you're wrong if you say, bitch, didn't you say we just friends? You're wrong when you do shit like that. You can't do shit.
Now, shit, I'm going to say it. Break the ice. Hey, that's how you break the ice for the real conversations. You know what I mean? You know, yeah, that's the next level. You know, people they just. I think now people too caught up on. You know, it's just been words that people use, just overuse, and I would say toxic, vibe, narrative, shit like that. Those overused words, yeah. When we like so. People like that, bro, who just, they just catching the vibe, man. He the vibe. She a vibe. She the vibe. Okay, vibe your ass into some bullshit. And you're going to be sitting there like, what am I doing, my nigga? Like, at the end of the day, like, I say when you get past, like, 24, you know what I mean, 24, 25, you want to stop wasting your time. Right. Shit. So it's like a lot of people mess themselves up thinking that, oh man, I get on my shit next year, next birthday ass nigga, and then you 30 and you like, God damn, bro, you don't fuck with half the hoes in the city. You know what I mean? You're beefing with Nick, like it's. I don't know, bro.
You get to the point that you go out with a girl at any lounge or any restaurant, and you go in there, you're like, damn, I fucked 3 of those good women over there that I see in the same restaurant.
Hey, listen, I've been there. I've literally been to places, been to cookouts, and said, oh shit, I fucked a good percentage of this room. I need to get out of here. This is
and it's crazy when you knock down a real good girl in the whole phase, and now she only see you as that shitty ass nigga, even though you may have changed. Like, man, I ain't on my shit. I'm trying to get on my relationship shit. And you remember her like, damn man, she really was trying to fuck with me back then, and I played her. And the approach is different.
Q, you just described my life. That's why I'm the homie here. Got so many homegirls. I got so many homegirls. We like this.
Yeah.
We might still even mess around, but you know, they know how they met me, and it's like, but you don't understand. If you gave me a chance, I'll do right with you, nigga. Mm-hmm.
They don't understand the complex mind of a Scorpio. I mean, we different. We different.
Somewhere under all this ain't shitness, somewhere under all these layers of ain't shitness, there's a decent human being somewhere.
Yeah,
somewhere.
In between all that shit, it's some buttercream. It's some buttercream frosting.
Yeah. There's good shit in there, though. There's good shit in there. Because, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, it provides the poison and the antidote. That's what I'm saying. It's the same. But yeah, like, I don't know. Girl behind the mic, what do you feel about that concept? I feel that a lot of people nowadays they find themselves backdoored into a relationship where, say, a casual sexual encounter gets extended from friends with benefits to, well, shit, nigga, I've been fucking him for 2 months now. I might as well be my boyfriend.
Yeah, I think like a lot of people do in most cases because the act itself is very deep. You know, it's an emotional connection. And so what most people that are not emotionally in tune or actually understand how deep it is are liable to getting attached to that act with that person. And I mean, by all means purpose, it's a act that's created to bring people closer together. So it's always, to make a connection. So even though you may start off just friends with benefits or whatever, someone sometimes always is bound to get hurt. You know, not everyone has their emotions curated or have the mental capacity or emotional capacity.
I love the way you worded that. Have your emotion curated.
Yeah, because some people don't, you know, and because it's a thing you have to go through life, you know, where you could just cut things off like this is exactly what this transaction is. And some people are not there yet emotionally. And so someone sometimes is always bound to get hurt. That's why most of these things never really quite end up good. And then sometimes people do get, veered off into a convenient relationship based on that foundation, which is also not the best foundation to start off on. Because if that's the only thing you have in common, and then, you know, what's so sad about this, let's get even deeper and sadder, because then out of these types of relationships, you know, a child is born. So it's not a relationship based on initial natural love or anything like that. The sex was good. We kept it going. We caught ourselves being in a relationship. Now here goes this life. Now these two people have to raise this life. You never gave each other enough time before 10 p.m. or before 12, before international booty call times to see how one actually survives in life, to see how one is when they get up in the morning and go about day to day, their work ethic, their being ethic, who they really are as a person. That was never a part of it. So these things happen.
Cool. That happened. That happened to me and twice. And you know, I really do believe before anyone marries anyone, I believe that you should live with them for at least a year to 2 years before you even try to marry. So a lot of people are like, oh, that's shacking up and blah, blah, blah. Like, listen, it's all good till it's not. You could be dating somebody. So y'all could have been sweethearts since goddamn high school, but did y'all live together?
And the other thing is, like, we have these I follow like some Zimbabwean bloggers. They're, of course, younger. It's not all about tradition, but I just thought it was funny and it caught on to me. And they say it in our language in Shona, but to translate it in English, these girls say that it's hard to translate it, but it says when you don't make a child in your whole face. I don't know, you know, the translation is so different, but pretty much what they're saying is like, if you're a female that's they're like female comedians and bloggers, and they talk about like these sexcapades and all this other stuff. But they'd say that like, if you going to being with somebody, knowing that you're just having sex with a person, this not the prime time to create a life, is what they're pretty much saying. So they say in your whoring whoring section or whatever, you don't make babies during your horror phase or your whoring escapades or whatever. That's
that's what babies are paid. Because here's the thing: when you're in your whole phase, that's when you are. That's when you just like, oh yeah, just nail this pussy to the cross. Just go ahead and just motherfucking just beat this shit down. Oh fuck it, come on me, fuck it. And you know what I'm saying? And now normally, motherfucker, like you know what I'm saying, when you just out just casually whatever, you like whatever. But when you in community dick phase, you like, oh yeah, you want that pussy nailed to the cross. Oh yeah, you want me coming, you bitch. You ain't even thinking because most of y'all probably off a couple blunts and a couple bottles. You know what I'm saying? On that bullshit, just came out the club. It was nice. You know what I'm saying? She was looking right in that shit, and you wasn't even thinking twice about it till she called you, talking about she late.
Right.
Now you scrolling through the phone and it's just a number. You didn't save the name and shit. And you trying to figure shit out, and she's trying to tell you, she's late, and you asking for pics, and she thinking you on some bullshit. You just still trying to. It's a slippery slope, man. I'm just trying to tell you.
Slope.
It totally I mean, yeah, you made your point, girl, Muhammad, and it's a fact that goes for both men and women. You know what I mean? If you just fucking around, you make sure you get that protection going. As a man, I can only speak for myself. You got to wear that protection. Make sure you take care of business right. You don't want to have a child out of, just fucking around and shit. I mean, thank God I was wise enough and taught enough not to get caught up like that. But it does happen, and it happens a lot. It happens a lot within the youth, and they don't know what the fuck they doing. And next thing you know, their lives are all upside down with a unexpected child, and now they have to raise, and then they're gonna force themselves into a relationship maybe, which is not gonna probably work out at all, because all they ever knew was just a hey at 10 o'clock at night, hey, what you doing? Because all you calling for some booty, and that's all they know about each other. So then they force themselves into a relationship, which ends up being toxic because they don't know nothing about shit. They don't get along. Next thing you know, you got a kid, looking at two parents fighting out their asses and shit. So I mean, it totally makes sense. But again, who if this knowledge is not passed on and taught to our men and to our young women to understand things and to try to do things, a little bit more wiser, it's a cycle. It's just going to keep on happening.
And absolutely, I agree, right? Both men and women should be protected. Most times, what do men use? Condoms. I'm a female, so I'll advocate for females. I've always said a woman knows her body better than a man will ever know her body. You're the one that produces this child, and this is the way I used to lay it on my sisters. Just understand that you get pregnant by somebody, some nigga out here, niggas can always bounce. He could leave the state of California and go to New York. You got to raise the baby. You got to be a full-time mom and dad. So, I mean, both parties...
Because the nigga ran off.
Right, because both parties have to be responsible. But majority men will wear a condom. It could break, it could rip. But as a woman, I've always said you gotta also equip yourself, especially if you're in those phases where you're just having a good time and having fun.
Man, I gotta say this. There are more babies born from pre-cum than actual cum. Okay? All right. And if you don't believe me, just look at the state of the world that we're in now. We are in a world full of fucking pre-cum babies. And if you don't believe me, just look around at some of these little goofy motherfuckers. You can tell that is a product of a 2-minute fuck. Some of these little goofy motherfuckers, I just look them in the face and I look them right in the face and I say, I know your mama didn't come. I know she didn't come, motherfucker. Every time she looks
to me, I've always thought of real sex when I'm about to hit up with a woman and she's the one popping out like a condom for my ass right before I'm about to pop out mine. I'm like, dang, that's how you got it, man. I respect that. I really do. Because I mean, and not to make it kind of tagging a little bit along with going behind the mic, but I do believe ultimately, who's responsible about getting pregnant? I'm not talking about taking care of the child. I'm talking about getting pregnant. Yo, my ladies, you guys, you're the one who's gonna carry this child. Make sure you make that motherfucker wear a condom. Because you're the one who's gonna have to have your ass split. You're the one who may have to have a C-section. You're the one who has to carry this shit for 9 months, and then after that, hopefully, there's a good enough man who's willing to be responsible to help you with this child. But ultimately, you're the one with that child. So, take care of business. But I do believe, regardless of the fact, yeah, as men, I'm glad I was taught, I was taught the ins and outs and what you have to do, and make sure that you protect yourself, because it changes your entire life and the dynamic of where you're going after that. So, absolutely, I really respect them women who have, they come out and pull out that condom. I'm like, okay. You're empowering your sexuality. You're making sure you're taking care of business, and you're not trying to be another statistic in the game. And I really respect that. That tells me she's thinking. She's thinking beyond.
That does tell me she's thinking and thinking beyond. However, when she's got the condom with her in the motherfucking purse, and she has like a toothbrush and some toothpaste and all like that,
or she poke a hole in it.
All right, be smart. And you say, I bet I got my condom. No worry, but I do appreciate it.
I'm gonna try. Listen, man. I'm gonna pour my own poison. I'm gonna pour my own poison on. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she hand me a condom, and I'm like, oh man. And if she calls me later, and I'm like, I wore a condom, and she's like, oh, they bust. And now in the back of my mind, I'm one of them niggas. I might not say it, but I'll always be thinking, this bitch trapped me.
You knew it was that squished up, dried up condom she pulled out of her purse.
Yeah.
Probably expired.
Nah, man. That when you're done, you look at your condom and it's empty. You're like, what the fuck? I thought I came. Man. What the fuck? There's only dust in here, man. There's only dust.
HFD, she don't even go to the bathroom. She just motherfucking sliding her drawers on, whistling. Like, hold on, bitch. You ain't even gonna go to the bathroom, man. You good, huh? Oh, I get it. Yeah. I see what you did. Uh-huh. Yeah, man. But hey, you just remember, there's no ovaries in the throat, y'all. I'm just saying. Yeah, my vein. But I think we also got to watch out, because there are people who trap. There are, who use do the baby trap, and because of this weird culture where you get a lot of women who, once they get in their mid-20s, and if their life really ain't going where they need to do, then shit, they could always just have a motherfucking kid and reinvent themselves.
Mm-hmm. There are women and men. Let's be fair. There are men that will want a woman alter themselves, or just thinking, if I impregnate her, she'll be mine.
Pregnant, you ain't going nowhere.
Right.
Every time he feels like she's getting ready to leave, he try to bust in her.
Right.
Oh, you gonna leave me, bitch?
How about now?
It's not, hey, I busted in you, so now you got to stick around till we find out if you're pregnant or not. That the type of shit you talking about?
Right.
I got her for another month at least. What the fuck? I bought me some time.
Keep lying, talking about I'm just waiting for that. I'm just waiting for the factory to call me. I'm gonna get me a job soon.
That's fucked up. But those are realities, though. Those are some toxic realities that do happen. That's a fact.
And let me just say this. All right, I'm gonna stand up for my ladies, and I'm gonna do some real grown man talk to all my youngers out there within the sound of my voice. All right. Once you reach the age of 23 to 25, there's no such thing as balling on a bitch. You are a bum. Okay? Once you're around 23, 25, that's not balling on a bitch. That ain't no player shit. Get that poor girl her car back, okay?
Yo, man, you giving them a lot of time, man, because I left my crib at 19, busting my ass working, going to school, doing the thing I had to do, and that balling on a chick shit just never flew with me.
I mean, but listen, some cats like during them high school, like 19 college years, you know what I'm saying? He might be fucking on a bitch, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know what I'm saying, he's staying in the dorms, he fucked up, he ain't got quarters to do laundry. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, the hustle real. The hustle
you gotta. Hey, she can make more money than you. I ain't got no problem with that thing, but you gotta bust your ass and do some hustling.
Okay, no, I knew. Hey, listen, I ain't even gonna lie to shit. I had a couple homegirls who, yeah, we had our, we had our thing, but really our thing was something different. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was just like, yeah, she got a little good situation over here, and I got something that helps her out. We gonna work something out, and that's kind of the play. You know what I'm saying? So I feel you on that. It was always mutually beneficial with me. But I knew a lot of cats who know that was their hustle. Like, nah, if it wasn't for this one or two females, if you know the nigga like I did, yeah, this nigga out here just butt naked, hair nappy, breath staking. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, that's the thing, right? No matter what age you are, and that's the thing that always I'm the oldest girl child, so I tried with my sisters just to give them gems and hope that they'd see my lifestyle. My lifestyle wasn't perfect, but I tried to be transparent with them in so many challenges and so forth. But that's the thing, though. No matter how old you are, I don't and I know we all didn't grow up with guidance, or some of us did, whatever. It's just, I know environments are different. But my thing that hurts my heart is the females that do take in what I call stray projects, SPCA stray projects. Like, why are you having your own place, your own car, but this nigga driving your car, finishing up all your gas, finishing up all your food, sleeping up in your house, and he ain't got no job? Like, is it you want company that bad?
He playing video games, smoking weed,
hooking you up with some, DICK every now and then.
I've got so many people who complain about their boyfriends.
I mean, that doesn't, ever since I bought my car my first car at the age of 16, and ever since I had my first car, even up to now, a man behind the mic probably drove like my car when I'd forced them, like, hey, can you take my car? But I've never had people, drive my cars. Like, no, that's not gonna work at all. You're not gonna front on my dime. You're not, no. And that has to, like, I don't get that.
You out here trying to pick up bitches with
in my car,
fucking rear view mirror and shit, and
like that. It be them same females that will lace this nigga up from toe to head in all kinds of, in the latest Jordans. He got the latest jeans. What them expensive jeans? I forgot their name. I forgot the name of those jeans. And tops and whatnot, brand name, buying them clothes, and he driving your car and dropping you off at your job late. And then when he drop you off at your job late, hot boxing of marijuana, drop you off at your job late, you get into your job smelling like marijuana. That nigga driving your car. And then he gonna pick up all his homies. Like, when you get off of work, he come pick you up late, car loaded with no good for nothing niggas. It's hot boxing, nothing but weed in there. What kind of life is this? And you're lacing them up, so when you're at work, he running the streets.
Yeah, you can spot those guys. You can spot those guys. You can spot those guys when they go out with their lady and the girl's about to pay, and he's holding her from behind, like, yeah, baby, thank you. She's picking up the check, he's holding her from behind and shit. No,
I've had low self-esteem, but it didn't amount to that. I'm sorry, because I'm like, I don't get that. You lace him up, you put a head on his mama, and then you expect him to be. And then what pisses me off about niggas like this, they don't be faithful. These be the niggas that be cheating in your car, in your house.
You goddamn right.
The audacity.
You know why? Because you ain't got, listen, you only appreciate what you work for. If it's easy, it ain't waiting.
I didn't think about that.
You only appreciate what you work for. I don't care what the fuck it is. I don't care who it is. All right? If you ain't got no skin in the game, it's just a game.
That's a fact.
That makes sense. I didn't think about that.
Motherfuckers get mad at me when I say this. I tell my youngers all the time, you find you a bitch that'll build an empire with you. Not sit there and wait for you to build an empire and sit her ass on the throne next to you.
And squander it all.
Exactly, because you know why? She ain't built that goddamn empire. You might think she's the son. You might think the son might come and set out of her ass. But you know what? She did not put no skin in the game. She won't appreciate it the way you do. Okay? You worked hard. HLD said that he'd been working since on his own since he was a young man. So when he got his first little crib and he could run around butt booty ass, this is my house. Call a bitch up, whatever. Those are his four walls that he paid with. But I bet you, I know Q, you probably got a story too, because most young men have this story when you got your first four. It seemed like as soon as you got your first four walls, here come one of your homeboys fucked up, want to try to sleep on your couch.
Never heard of it in my life. I never had that type of shit. I wouldn't allow it. I wouldn't allow it. Yeah, you got me. Nah, man. This is my space, and that's how it is. I earned it. I worked for it. We came from the same shithole. You better do what you got to do, my man. Peace.
Exactly. Because as soon as you let them motherfucker, I'm talking about even like what girl behind the mic was talking about, what you was talking about the strays. Like, see, I always saw I call it like people get mad at me. I tell girls the Build-A-Bitch factory with me is closed. It's shut down. The Build-A-Bitch factory is closed. I want to raise my children. I want to grow and develop with my partner. But I'm gonna raise my children. I don't need to be raising no goddamn body other than my children. And so you get these motherfuckers who, if they didn't work for it, you get in a relationship where you have things and this person doesn't. They might even appreciate what you do for them, but they'll never understand or appreciate what you have to do to maintain everything. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, now the relationship is she lets me use the whip. It doesn't dawn on them about that car note. It doesn't dawn on them about the maintenance on the car, the insurance.
That's no different than raising spoiled kids, man. They'll never know what the fuck the worth of $1 is. When you spoil the fuck out of your kids and you got them all tip top in shape and always dressed to the T with the most expensive shit, but they think that this money just grows on trees and shit, and you just deserve it just because you here. No, man, and that's what happens. Same thing with relationships, anything else. And if you spoiling a chick and you're just being a sugar daddy, I guess, at that point, that way, what the fuck do you expect her to appreciate you for? She ain't appreciating you for anything else but because of the things that you're just providing. But is there anything else that she gives a fuck about?
Exactly. I've been that guy. I've been that guy where I actually thought I was happy until I realized why they were around. That's deep.
That's deep.
Yeah. Have you ever been the motherfucker just laughing, having a good damn time? Life of the party until you realize everybody's laughing at you.
Yeah,
that's deep.
That's deep.
On that. I'll smoke on that note. Hey, you. What happened to you? You ever found out? You ever thought it was all good till you found out it wasn't? Oh, you must be busy. Yeah. How about you, HLD? You ever thought it was all good till you found out it wasn't?
Well, yeah. I mean, I am a divorced man, so absolutely, I figured that out. You know what I mean?
He had to pay for that lesson in cash and in all the other shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man. And that's another thing about relationships. Why in Western society are men forced to like move on and whatever, but women are encouraged to always go scorched earth policy? Girl behind the mic, let me know.
Women are encouraged to do what?
Go full scorched earth policy.
What do you mean, like through a divorce with the women?
Break up. I've noticed a trend over the past 20 years that women just can't break up with men, but men are expected to just break up with women. Like they like to linger around. Like they think they'll try to fuck up your other relationships. They can run around bad, like Ariana Grande, Taylor Swift type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like if a man's whole music career was Nanny Boo Boo and his ex, how would women view him?
Mm.
Bitch ass nigga. That, like, and yeah, exactly, like old butthurt ass nigga who just won't move on.
Right.
But meanwhile, I love me some Mary J. Blige, but she's been singing about them goddamn 4 or 5 years that she was smoking crack and getting her ass whooped by KC for over 30 years now. She didn't have a whole marriage. That marriage didn't even go well. And she's
paying for that marriage too.
Thank you. And you know why? Because the whole damn marriage, she run around on tour singing about KC, motherfucking smoking crack and whooping her ass. He like, bitch, I thought it was supposed to be no more pain.
No more pain, no more drama.
You know what? I'm gonna fuck some. I'm sick of this shit. I'm playing in the summer tonight. God damn it. God damn it.
Ken Do said I'm gonna get paid $30,000 a month on.
But I don't feel how you treat me like Mary J. This is some bullshit. Yeah. Or back to even the motherfucking back to even like the passport shit. Like you get it, like, you know, people won't talk about men. Women do that shit. Look at Halle Berry. Halle Berry got sick of niggas. And all them and how them white boys do her. She thought City Boy don't come in vanilla.
She found out quick, didn't she?
She paying 2 of them niggas alimony now. Them white boys said, "Oh, Halle Berry gonna give me some pussy? Bitch, you getting pregnant? Bang, come get this." Oh, I thought I pulled out. Oh, my bad. My bad. You know, he had the little European accent. Oh, my bad. I thought I put that. As soon as she left, I was on the cell phone. Yeah, I got Halle pregnant.
Vanilla City Boys.
Motherfuckers, they thought, yeah, it cut both ways. I'm just, and you know, I'm talking my shit because people don't understand. And like, somebody be like, yo, that's fucked up. Yo, one of my spirit animals is a white man. Shout out to Kevin Fairline.
He eating good in the neighborhood.
He fucked his way all the way to legitimacy. He wasn't shit. That boy wasn't shit. He wasn't even a good damn dancer. He went from the black girl on Moesha. He goddamn upgraded to goddamn Britney Spears at the height of Britney Spears. Dropped 2 off in Britney and cashed it in.
Cashed in. You don't want for nothing.
I'm all right. Lifetime. Look at him. I remember like over like 5-10 years ago when he'd still be in the news. Motherfucker got all fat and shit. Like, and everybody laughing. I'm like, I don't blame him. He good now.
Eating filet mignon every night and lobster tails.
Yeah. Can't say shit. Yeah, but right now, there's somewhere in a bar, somewhere in America, some fat motherfucking bearded white dude who you can't say shit to. Because even though he looked like old Jim Bob Bubba, low key, that is Kevin Federline. Who is never going to have to work a day in his life because of some dick he threw how many years ago?
His initial investment.
That's cocksmiffery for you right there. See that, girls?
Yo, man, he found a high value woman, man. That's what happened, you know. He found a high value woman, you know what I mean? Kind of like the women are looking for high value men, you know. He found his.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but you know, that's how that should be. Like, motherfuckers be thinking it's a game, but it does cut both ways. And I believe that the predatory nature and the spirit, and the predatory spirit with which we approach, you know what I'm saying, interacting among the genders, I think it's gotten out of control. To define a pure love where there's pure, just genuine interest based off mutual interest and mutual respect, I believe that is almost a far gone notion, even though it still can and does exist. I believe it's just few and far between. And under the current landscape, I just think that we're just going to get to a you know what I'm saying, a place where that's just not going to be possible to, you know what I'm saying, really try to teach young men and women to truly love purely of themselves. And I think we're going to have more generations that are even going to be more guarded, more shut off, and more emotionally and mentally stunted because of that.
And I mean, if it does almost feel like we're coming to an impasse, because I was thinking, as much as we have the passport bros, yeah, some women do it, but as much as we have the passport bros, the ones that I've seen that pioneer this revolution, I've seen black men, and I thought to myself, we also have, and in the manosphere, and I've seen some women's sphere, black women, and I always talk about her. She's got a very big channel here that also spews so much anger and hate and pain towards black men. So yeah, the gender wars are real and unfortunate. But the sad part is people are failing to realize these people starting these movements, to me, are people that have themselves been hurt and have not been able to move past that in a healthy way. And so you're projecting, because I don't believe for a second that the United States of America has run out of good men or good women. I believe that, because I believe in manifestations, I believe that for things to work out, it's all on me. I'm the one that I hold accountable and responsible. I'm the one that manifests and pulls in what I want in life. So if I want a good man, which I manifested in my life, because I used to be team sisters. I used to be part of the sisterhood of, girl, ain't no more good men out here. They're dead. I mean, this is years and years ago. Until my rhetoric changed, until I worked on myself, which are things that people are not willing to look at themselves. And this goes both ways, men and women. And I'm not saying I have the antidote, but I just know the formula that worked to change my life. If I want to change from there were no good men out there, I had to look myself into the soles of my eyes, the windows to my soul, in the mirror, and say, I gotta change. Exactly. At that time, I was probably like 230 pounds. And I was good.
She's thick.
Yeah,
that's thick.
Yeah, but I was still part of that. I was still part of that sisterhood. It wasn't a 230 solid-ish fit, but I was part of that sisterhood with the same crowd of females where health wasn't important to us, but it was easier to complain about not having access to good men. And at that time, I've always, y'all have heard this, I drank a lot. So I was in a toxic relationship with alcohol. So I was a toxic person. I smoked cigarettes, and me saying all of this doesn't mean that people that do this I'm just saying I overdid it. I'm an example of a person that didn't need to do all of these, because there are people out there that are good social drinkers and people that can, handle all of that. I couldn't. But so in a nutshell, I was a very toxic human being. But here I was wanting to pull in a quality guy, a good caliber guy. Like, what? You will tear him up into pieces. And so, unfortunately, we're coming to an impasse with this gender wars. And what people don't realize, men and women, is that, like I said earlier, they have to look within. It all starts within. Granted, get your passport, do what you got to do. But no, if you haven't done the self-reflection and looked within yourself, you're still going to pull in the same person that you would pull in the United States, except it's just abroad, because you're still the same person.
I totally agree.
I mean, HLP, you said it earlier. You got to do the work. I've noticed a lot of people, you how to get a high value man, how to get a high value woman, blah, blah, blah. But are you worthy of these things? Motherfucker want to get an NBA contract. Can you dribble?
Right.
Can you make a jump shot?
Exactly.
Are you? I mean, it's like me. I might have all these skills. I am 5'9". You feel me, HLD?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's that? So, all right, now I'm not saying because I'm only 5'9", I can't take the NBA off your motherfucking. You know what I'm saying? Or, get that dream out your head. But realistically, being 5'9", want to play in the NBA, there's a lot of other boxes I need to make sure I've got completely covered to even put myself in position.
Yeah, before you start bitching, why am I not in the NBA? Why didn't they pick me? You got to make sure you got all the boxes checked before you start bitching. You can't get that fucking $150,000 job when you don't got the education or the skills to get that job. Don't be
And
bitching why they hire your ass.
yeah, you didn't graduate high school. You came to the job in motherfucking bullshit ass clothes, like dressed like you went to the corner store, talking crazy. You feel what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Your resume shows that you ain't held a job for more than 3 months. They just ain't hiring niggas. No, nigga, they ain't hiring you.
Right.
Facts.
And that's the thing. Yep. All facts. It's like before you throw away what you have within arm's reach, look inside, see what you got. Otherwise, you're just recreating a whole different thing, but with the same energy. So I don't know. It's weird.
I found myself doing that. Like I always tell people, like, I got a weird relationship with my mom, and so I found myself, like, I always would tell people I don't have an Oedipus complex. You know what I'm saying? In no way whatsoever. And I found myself in my mid-30s, I realized a lot of the women I was encountering and dating with were like my mother in all the ways I didn't like her.
You're attracting that energy.
Law of attraction, you know what I'm saying? And everything. And so I've been on this path of working on myself and being, switching up that vibe, and you know what I'm saying, and reflecting my light in different ways. Because I could say, oh, these bitches tripping. But you know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm fishing the wrong watering holes. Maybe I'm using the wrong bait. Maybe it's me. Like, that's why, like I said earlier, yeah, I fucked up a lot of it always kills me. Like, I believe anybody, man or female, if you are in your mid-20s, had more than 5 semi or serious relationships, if you are really saying that, if you can't honestly say you fucked up at least one of them, you definitely are the problem.
A lot of women, they don't like this.
I'm just saying, and not trying to be said, a lot of women, they can't do that. A lot of women can't just be like, well, TJ, he was all right. Now I was just in my whole phase and on bullshit because I was still mad about Reggie, and so I was, yeah. I could say that, I was with certain females and I was still on bullshit from the other relationship, or I was so focused on this or that I didn't appreciate that moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't appreciate that moment that I was having because I was either focused on the past or focused on the future. And so the present went completely by me.
Right. And I think that's the toughest part. People finding accountability and responsibility in their own actions so they can make different decisions and choices to bring and pull in different or even pull in the energy that they desire. Because that was my reflection upon sobriety. I was like, it was all me. I was toxic as F. And I said to myself, I could have probably had a couple of good relationships in there, but who wants to deal with me when I was drunk, belligerent, and just tore people down? Like, I wouldn't even want to deal with myself.
Oh, you was one of the drunks. Oh, you get.
Yeah, I was a mean drunk. You hear me? I would tear you down to the freaking bone.
Now,
I was a mean drunk.
Did you have the red hair like that?
No, I didn't have the red hair, but I was a mean drunk, and that's what made it worse. That's why I'm saying I probably had some good guys in there that tried to deal with me, but my tongue and who I was by the time I became drunk was horrible.
Were those the glasses wearing days?
Not even glasses wearing days, but this was just drinking crazy days. But see, I had to kill that. I had to kill that person in me. When I became sober, I became a different person. I had different energy. I had more awareness of my behaviors and who I was as a woman, and I attracted different. Like, the person that I attracted does not drink or smoke. You know what I mean? So I would have never been able to attract that type of person back in the dark days that I was. You see what I'm saying? So for people to want different, most times I always say, take a look at yourself, and it's hard to do. It's hard for people to look at themselves. It's hard for people to take accountability and responsibility. But I think, like, your answer always lies when you do take accountability and responsibility, because then you know how to navigate differently. Like, oh, okay, well, I should have seen that one coming, or okay, yeah, like for me, I think that I would have, like I said, had a couple of good guys in there. But when I looked at where I was, I wouldn't have even been the one to want to date myself in that. Like I was a don't give a F type of girl. I'll tear you down. I didn't care. Like I was just, it was
Hey,
horrible.
you,
I would have broke. I think I broke a lot of people, and I had to make amends for that. I had to seriously ask the universe for forgiveness because I don't have those people's contacts. Like whoever I hurt, mentally, physically, emotionally.
Yeah, I've had to actually reach out to people, and I just didn't feel right. I actually had to reach out to people and have a conversation. And then other times, like you said, I've just had to, moving forward, do certain things to always try to balance the scales. But yeah, I literally was so bad that there were certain females who I did the Kanye West, like run away from me, baby. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I knew I was like, man, I'm gonna fuck this poor girl's life up. You know what I'm saying? Like I am going to fuck up your old bitch. Run! Like, so you are good. No, save yourself.
Hey guys, it's that time of the day for me. I gotta get my entire day going. But man, it was good. It was good. Another 2-3 hours of jibber jabber that we've had here, man. I appreciate it. You're behind the mic. Appreciate you all every time. Eclipse, man. Let's keep it going, my man.
Hey man, I appreciate you for stopping by, HLD, man. Don't be a stranger. Type something in the chat real quick so I can give you a wrench.
Copy that. Will do, man. Appreciate everybody. God bless. Have a blessed day.
All right, you too.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, you know what I'm saying? HLD, you know what I'm saying, up on the panel doing this thing. Is that my guy? Is that my brother? Is that my brother X over there in this motherfucking shit? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But yeah. I mean, I really do think that these are one of those weird things that people gotta think about, because I believe it's all within. I lose a lot of people when I always tell them that. I lose a lot of people when I tell them that, they've got to be honest with themselves. You feel what I'm saying? The honesty with the self. You know what I'm saying? That's got to be the first thing, because I think a lot of people they're not honest about who they are or what they really want. And I think sometimes that is a lot of people's whole phase, that struggling with fitting into the paradigm or rebelling against the paradigm, instead of actually truly just saying, this is who I am, this is who I want. And most people, and then I think most people, they find themselves during that whole phase. And that's the weird thing with society, where a lot of people won't let it go, because they, they learned so much about themselves from that moment that they now identify with that,
Right.
They think that promiscuity was empowerment, when that was just part of the process.
Right. And that's it. Being honest with oneself. And listen, what I always say is, listen, I'm not on either side of the wall here with that. But if you are going to be a full bona fide hoe in your whole phase, and that's what you want to live and die and do, then do that. But don't like that. But it takes knowing yourself, knowing oneself. Don't bring that into a commitment. Don't go get married and think that marriage is going to fizzle it out. Change things by yourself. You're the only person that could change within. If that's what you don't want to do anymore, you got to sort that out. Just don't sort it out by thinking other people will be able to help you with that, which brings back to the point of knowing oneself. If you truly know yourself, know where you want to be, know who you want to be with or whatnot, you'd have the wherewithal of making those types of decisions.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, I think a lot of people, women blame men. Oh, you made me do it. Like, Cat Williams had that one beautiful bar that I've always loved. Oh, you ruined my self-esteem, and it's like, how could I do that when that's the esteem of yourself? And I think a lot of times we externalize our internal conflicts, and because we don't want to, like you said, we don't want to really look in the mirror. We don't want to go within. So we'll find some external monster that we must slay and some adversary out there.
Mhm.
You know, they did this. I often say one of the things that made me want to get out of when I was pimping, one of the things that made me really want to get out of it was I didn't like always being blamed
Mhm.
for someone else's decisions, especially being real big on free will, so much so that the older heads called me a chili bowl pimp. You know what I'm saying? Like I was more of a manager than a pimp, really. You know what I'm saying? If you want to really get at it, but it was like you're making these decisions, and when things don't go your way, you want to just, a lot of people want to be like, oh man, but the devil made me do it, and it's like, yeah, we all gotta stand on our own business at the end of the day. And I think right now, a lot of people, men and women, we just want to have fun. We want to dance. We don't want to pay the band. We don't want to tip the DJ. We don't. We just want to dance. And that's unrealistic. And we shouldn't be in a society that encourages people. Oh man, just have fun and just live your life. You just have your fun and live your life, but understand that there are consequences. The A in adult is for accountability. I can't say that enough.
Yeah.
But until then, we're gonna deal with all this, and we got all these new generation of little pre-cum babies.
The pre-cum babies for me.
So they are. I keep telling you, they are pre-cum. Girl, some of these motherfuckers, don't they look like underdeveloped little pre? You know what I'm saying? Baby, I could already tell you. Motherfuckers can't even talk. Half these motherfuckers.
Yeah. Pre-cum babies. That's new.
Man, this has been awesome, man. I know I was just supposed to be on here for a little bit, but I'm having such a great time. I appreciate you pulling up. Life and Death Rebirth. Come on, pull up if you got something. Go on, pull up and holler at us one time for the one time. Yeah, man, smoke signals, man. It's just free smoke. We started talking about relationships and went from passport bros to all sorts of other shit. And but I got you here, and I know you know what I'm talking about when I was saying earlier. And if Nick Rich, you're here, I know you was trying to peep me. People don't understand what I was trying to get at about the spells and the confusion. Like, it's really not a gender war, but that's the language using to, evoke the emotional response and the tribalism within people. Like you said, you found yourself at that moment where, black girl can't do no wrong. These men ain't shit. And then, as you started working on yourself, you started seeing like, you know what? All these bitches ain't Rosa Parks. This is just bitches. I'm just like, no, for real, because I had to go through that process myself where it was like, you know what I mean? Like, some of these niggas is monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these niggas don't need to be in population. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. Like, I'm just, hey, fuck it, I'll say it. Some of these motherfuckers don't need to be out here in these streets. I got children. Oh, Nick Rich, you still here? You feel me? Nick Rich, hit that thing. Go jump on this, man. Let me talk to y'all ladies about this, because I really think that I know a lot of people get uncomfortable talking about it. A lot of people have their religious and spiritual beliefs, but a lot of people get uncomfortable talking about the occult and real magic and how that shit really works. I think the uncomfortableness really is when you understand it, you get to see how it affects you, whether you subscribe to it or not.
Yeah.
I think that's where real uncomfortability comes from with people. Like, like you want to say, oh, I'm a Christian, I don't believe in that shit. But if I really start breaking down how even things you're doing in the Christian church are evoking certain energies that have nothing to do with God
Mm-hmm.
at all. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that might fuck you up because there's a lot of people. We want to rage against this machine. We want to slay this beast, but we don't want to acknowledge how we feed it, how we sustain it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We are the problem and the solution,
Right.
but we'll never get to the part of being the solution until we acknowledge we are the problem. There
Right.
are things we do. There are things we subscribe to. There are things that we adhere to, that we, promote and propagate that, let's just be honest. That ain't the business.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, you hit the nail on the head, because some of these things, I think my mind defaults and kind of like wants to be back to that naive, blissful stage. But the more you face these things, the deeper it just gets. You're in denial. You're like, this can't be the world and the life that I live. And I think for me, when we talk about spells and whatnot and stuff like that, or things that I think I always say, really, you got to put on spiritual goggles for most of these things, because it's not surface things. And I remember the protests. I was here. I live in St. Louis, Missouri. And the first big one was Mike Brown.
Yeah. So you was right there,
right there. It was happening. The energy was live, and I kept wanting to go. I kept saying, I want to go. But something kept happening to where I wouldn't make it over there. And at that time, I was very naive, not spiritually in tune, till I realized later on the rituals, the sacrifices that are happen at these things, the energy harvesting that happens at these things, and why these things happen the way they do, why bodies of human beings in an energy formation will corral and say his name, say her name. Those are all, if you look up rituals, people, and I was saying, I was there too. I didn't want to believe it. I was like, nah, man, this is just a move. No, literally the invocation of names, of deceased names, when you are marching. Because what happens, which I realized was, and I'm not saying that everyone that was at the Mike Brown or the protests are involved in, there's a bigger picture on why these things happen. They are always mass casualties.
Social shepherding.
Yes, there's always people that are not willing participants, but participants, and don't know what their willingness there is, so they become part of this harnessing. And nothing good could have came about that. I just remember a very close friend. That's when reality hit me, was Mike Brown, because there was a very close friend who was married to a girl. They had their son, and he started actively participating. I mean, going full throttle in the movement. And all of a sudden, that ripped their marriage apart. This was a Christian couple, like grounded, ripped their marriage apart the minute he started participating in these protests and everything, because that energy is deep. It's a dark seated energy that's so deep, and pulled them apart. They'd been married over 6 years. They had a son together. So much so that it was so much things that I didn't even know. Like, this is what people were saying out there. There was a young girl who was found hanging, who was part of that movement, because this guy was now in the movement, and he had to leave St. Louis and move somewhere undisclosed.
Yeah, most of the original BLM people from Missouri who started the original BLM movement. I always stress this to people. I'm sorry to cut you off. Welcome to the show, Nick Rich.
Hey, Nick Rich.
Hey. Most of the original BLM people, look this up, don't take my word for it, were killed within 2 to 3 years of the original Michael Brown shit jumping off. Most of those original young brothers and sisters were killed.
Yep, that's why he had to leave. Nobody knows where he's at because of that. And he's the one that was telling us what was happening about the deaths that were going on and all this other stuff. And that's why I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad I never partook in that, because every time you see that, even though movements are great for acknowledgement, but it's the spiritual aspect of it and the things that get reaped from it spiritually, you start to realize that these are not bodies of involvement. That's when I start to see don't, because when you say spells and magic, people really think Harry Potter, but it's hard to explain. I guess it would be the powers of darkness, the principalities and powers of darkness. You get to see those manifesting through that. But Nick Rich is here. Shout out. Oh, step back.
Shout out to Nick Rich. Nick Rich, welcome to Smoke Signals. Puff, puff, salute. Okay, so we know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're knee deep in the shit. We're talking about, we're talking about the taboo subject of, the spell. And so, go on and let me know, let me know your thoughts on what's going on with the frequencies right now.
Well, I've never studied the occult from like a student perspective or from a perspective of wanting to know more about it, but my study of like the occult, dark forces and things of that sort that I have come across, it's always been from a perspective of a subject matter had led me to it. Does that make sense? It wasn't like I was specifically seeking out that information, but but somehow another pursuit of information led me down those paths, if that makes sense. And so with that being said, there are things that we do not understand as human beings. And as we progress within time, more information is revealed over time. And when I say more information is revealed, it's because a pattern has been established, a foundation has been laid, and then that becomes a history. And then based upon that history, other things are just able to build upon that. So I've always just kind of looked at things and said, these things do exist, but how do you navigate around it? Or how do you navigate in such a way where you can acknowledge it, but not be fearful of it, or not, or deny that it's not true? And so that's just my, like, a broader view and a broader perspective that I have on that subject. And I said the occult, but just things that are the unknowns that are out there, but at the same time there are some knowns about those unknown things.
Yeah, and that's really it. That there are those who know, there are those who don't know, as girl behind the mic was alluding to. But she was talking about these gatherings, most concerts, anytime people gather en masse, and most things that people do in mass or in groups of people, there's an energy. All right, humans are, we're like superconductors. We're bioorganic superconductors. Are just our natural energy and our life force. So when we gather, we have an ability to do a lot of things. And so what I'm alluding to is a social shepherding, which is a term that, certain circles we use for, we create or we take situations and we frame them to elicit certain reactions, to harness that energy. Especially, we get these people to a mass, and if I could say get 1,000 people to express rage, well, now the energy within that area that the people are gathered would be perfectly charged for me to say, invoke, say, a low-level berserker demon.
I completely follow where you're going with this. Absolutely. Definitely. Absolutely. Because, oh, I'm sorry. Were you going to say something?
No, keep going. You good?
Yeah. It's a situation where, like, when you're talking about making some sort of, you have an agenda that's established, or a set particular goal in mind, and how do you go about achieving that goal? Well, for some, they will achieve that goal by tearing things down so that they can rebuild it to be and go in a direction that they wanted to go originally. Some people
Well,
call
remember
it
that.
a Hegelian dialect. I'm sorry.
Well, remember that is the way of the universe. That, you know what I'm saying, build and destroy. That is, you know what I'm saying. And so that when you deal with these people who operate off of, you know what I'm
Off of
saying,
that, yes.
they're gonna, and
That's what they do. That's the core fiber of their being,
I'm
and they
gonna put up a
understand that and
construct
they harness
beside
it.
just to tear it down.
Hmm.
And on the build up, I'm going to profit.
Yep.
On the tear down, I'm going to maximize my profit.
Yep.
On to the next. Same process.
Yep.
And they're going to do these things systematically, like how we got here with relationships in the Black family and everything. These things are spells that are systematically, they're doing this while doing that.
Yeah.
You're being hit so many ways, you don't know which way to turn.
Oh yes, the attacks are on multiple fronts, and it's at every level of society. It hits home for every race, gender, creed, sect, no matter where you all are on this planet. Everyone is affected by it, and there is not much ultimately that you can do about it other than to not fear it.
There you go.
That's the most power that you do have about this process as a whole. The
Yes,
most
ma'am.
power that you have about this process, to not fear, recognize it for what it is, and navigate and move through it, but don't let it affect your sanity. Don't let it affect your flow.
In the words of Girl Behind the Mic, you want your spiritual goggles on, so you can see what you're looking at.
Absolutely.
And understand that looking at something takes more than your eyes. Really looking at something takes more than your eyes. And
absolutely,
I think that right now, the spirit of self-indulgence is so rampant. And like you said, no one can escape. No one is immune from this beast. Yet with the spirit of apathy also washing over this world, we can easily just be so worried about ourselves and our shit and our perspective. It doesn't click to us how we, you know what I'm saying, how we are affected and how we are feeling, how we are feeding this beast, and we are contributing to this. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you make your own hell. You know what I'm saying? And we're imprisoning ourselves in our own hell, because there's very distinct changes that are very, back to what I was saying earlier about give them back their shit. You know what I'm saying? You know who they are, and whoever they are, well, yes, you know, God bless them. Let they be them. We need to stop and pull back some. A people distinguishes themselves not by what just they do, but more so by what they don't do. Embrace the power of no in this world of yes, yes, yes. You know, it's okay to be disagreeable. You know what I'm saying? We don't always got to agree. We can always smoke it out and get an understanding. You know what I'm saying? The smoke signals. We can get some smoke, or just smoke. But the main thing is we got to stop buying into a lot of the bullshit. You know, because a lot of people, whether you understand what's going on, and that's why I'm so careful in what I'm saying, because there's so much more I want to say, but I understand that I am speaking in mixed company. Even though we're all
I got a understanding of it. That's how you operate. I could tell a lot of times you pull back and you hold you'll like, let me pull up for a second and just hold up for a second because it'll be a little bit too much.
Well, you know, yeah, we'll see, because like, well, you gotta understand that, you know, sometimes you gotta sometimes I want to speak. I mean, all of you. I love all of you. I want to speak to you like we were in the same room.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. But I realize we're not.
Mm.
And then I also like, what would you say? It's funny you said that, because that's one of my favorite quotes from Rabbi Isa, peace be upon him. You know, Jesus, casting pearls before swine. In fact, my rap style, you know, all the East Coast dudes, yo, I cash jewels. I always, since the 90s, I had this thing where I would say, you know, I cast pearls. And you know what I'm saying? And everyone would be like, what do you mean? I'd be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? I broke pearls down as an anagram, is putting everything at respective light. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you know, PEARL, you know what I'm saying? Putting everything at respective light, meaning that, you know what I'm saying? Like, everybody's at different levels of the cave, and the rays of sun that are going through this, you know what I'm saying, shine differently to the motherfucker at the mouth of the cave, to the nigga that's at the rock bottom, who, you know what I'm saying, it might be like dark as hell, but trust me, there's still some light in there that he could see. You feel what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
There's still light. There's still light there. And you got to understand that. And just like with the parable with Jesus, you don't cast it before swine, to where, you know, yeah, it might be bright and shiny for those at the mouth of the cave, to where anybody can see it. You know, anybody can see what I'm doing and saying. But, you know, when you get to certain levels, you know, yeah, you got to play in them shadows.
Exactly. And that is, like you said, at the same time, we all experience things at a different at different points in our lives, and cross different types of information at different points in our lives. And so, as we are always evolving in terms of our mentality and understanding, if I speak on something today, it may not make sense to someone, you know, that's listening to me today, but maybe 10 years down the road, you know, they'll catch on. So
right. I'm the main one. I always tell people I don't want to rob people of their journey.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I may be able to see through time. You feel what I'm saying? You know, but for that to be, I can't rob you of your experience of going through it. I could tell you, you know what I'm saying, tomorrow will be a beautiful sunrise. Oh, that would be wrong for me to rob you of that experience of waking up to a beautiful sunrise.
I see.
You know, and so sometimes, and then deeper still, if I was to just talk you through this whole thing, would I be any different than them who are social shepherding you into that thing?
There you go with the word social shepherding. I see what you're saying, though.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, people gotta understand, like, you know, like, you know, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta really ask yourself,
we want to go down there for real?
And so sometimes, you know, you drop your little breadcrumbs and you might say something to somebody, but you know, sometimes you gotta let the kids touch the stove.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you've said some things in the past that I've heard on Mark's platform, and I had never heard of it like that, or I had never heard anybody speak on it, and I'm like, what is he talking about? So. But I completely feel you and follow you in that regard. But in terms of just the subject as a whole, you know, bringing about a certain type of change, and how do you produce a radical change within society, how do you go about doing it? And again, we pretty much all agree that there are certain methods that are employed that are of a dark nature. They are of a base low value, and it benefits a very very few people who subscribe to this type of ideology. And it is a dark subject, enough to make you um, very cautious of more things that you probably were oblivious to and never really paid attention to. It doesn't, make you kind of wake up. And one of the things I don't like about um, what was the trend now is conspiracy theory. You know, like within the past 10, 15 years, we've, the internet has really done its job in making those two words, conspiracy and theory, such a taboo type subject. And my whole thing is that when you put together those two words, conspiracy and theory, that's the unproven, that's the unknown, because a theory is only a fact after it's been proven.
Right.
So, and they can have a mutually exclusive relationship. You can have a conspiracy that turns out to be a fact. That no longer makes it a theory. It just makes it a conspiracy. And so
But that's what they're doing, though. But pick the double talk and of even the cynicism of calling it a conspiracy theory.
Exactly.
There's a there. There is a there. And they're just putting it to you in a facetious way, like, all these nutbags, they say this, that, and whatever. And some people believe that, and that's why people do this. And their beliefs go all the way back to this. But that's just what some people believe.
Exactly. And then there's just the whole think tank around that is it's ludicrous, or it's buffoonery type stuff, and it just only the fringe segments of society subscribe to these things. On one breath, that's what they're saying, but at the same time, they're also showing you their hand, and they're actually flashing and flossing in your face how we are able to go about and do certain things and make certain changes and make you believe and feel a certain type of way, and you don't even know that you're a part. You're an integral part in our success. So yeah. So it's just an interesting thing, and then also too. But the sad thing about those, the segment of society that's into the whole conspiracy theories type stuff, the unfortunate part about that is that there are a lot of untruths embedded within the truths, and so you do have a hodgepodge of tomfoolery, but again, you create that order out of the type of chaos. That's how you get the order that they're looking for, because people are confused about what they should and should not be confused about.
Well, here's the thing. If I want to influence someone's choice, first thing I want to do is I want to give them false options. I want to give them real consequences, and I want to paint to them a picture where they are choosing the best route for them and their survival, not knowing that this is a preordained or something that I've already set up, because I put these consequences in their mind, and I put these false options where, the ones that are alluring that I know they're going to chase for is going to put them in a position where you're right in my pocket.
Absolutely.
If you try to avoid, go ahead. No. Go ahead.
Yep. So think about this. I'm gonna go down a conspiracy theory type situation. Let's
I'm
talk
with you.
about. I don't want to get you banned, but I'm gonna mention 9/11 real quick. I don't want to say anything.
I'll say this real quick since you talked about that. I'll say this real quick. All right. Black
But,
Billy Man will be
but real
Black-
quickly, remember after that entire tragedy happened, and how Americans, by and large, wanted to respond and retaliate in a certain type of way. And there was a somewhat spirit of unity in retaliation amongst the people here in America.
Oh yeah, we wanted that ass.
Exactly.
We wanted blood.
Exactly. So you would have
Building, nigga, you live in Omaha.
exactly. So you had rednecks ready to fight with black people ready to fight with the Puerto Ricans. Everybody was band and joined together because we were mad, right?
Fuck
And
yeah,
out of that situation, there was sweeping legislation that was passed
Patriot
called
Act.
the Patriot Act, and
Right up
we
my ass. No.
willingly gave up a lot of our rights that we were quote unquote fundamentally already entitled to have. We said, you know what? There is an enemy. There is a bad guy. We can point to who this bad guy is. We are mad right now. We champion you and we praise you for coming up with legislation that's going to restrict our livelihoods in the name of retaliation. Kumbaya, yay. You know, and it was ridiculous.
When Rome would be threatened, the Roman Senate would appoint a council. Sometimes a council with a co-council.
Mm-hmm.
With the Patriot Act, we basically gave an anonymous government agency, not one person, an agency, a Caesarship
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
of the United States of America, which itself is a corporation.
Yeah.
Not a country. You know what I'm saying? I believe in America the people.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, as far as that goes, back to what I was saying about 9/11, yeah, Batkali Madabishwa, I speak a little Arabic.
Yes.
I grew up around a lot of people who spoke Arabic. Some people it was their natural language. Some of us learned it, blah, blah, blah. I know dialects pretty well. I said in real time before any of the conspiracy theories when they were playing the tapes, those dudes didn't sound like they speak natural Arabic.
Wow.
When they was playing the tapes of the hijackers. I said in real time, because I've been around, you know, working in different shit. I've been around demolitions. I said that was a controlled blast. I looked at my mom, who was military. We actually was, you know, in real time. We said, "Oh, they done started some shit."
Wow.
Man, you know, my mom, you know, what I'm saying, over 25 years of military intelligence, had a very high clearance. 9/11, I had a job interview. I woke up early. All right, all that year, anyone who knew me knew from December of 2000 to that morning, I would always be tripping, talking about I smell blood. I smell blood, man. It's weird, man. There's something weird about it, man. I smell a lot of blood in the air, man. It's shit crazy. Wake up that morning, you know what I'm saying? And something just say, as I'm getting myself ready for this job interview to go walk down, to go to the job interview. Yeah, walk. I didn't have a car at that time. Something say, man, grab a tape. I grabbed one of my blank VHS tapes. Turn on the TV. News is on. News gets interrupted. They're talking about there's a fire at one of the buildings and everything. Hey, Ma, there's some shit going on in New York. There's one of the motherfucking towers on fire. I put the tape in. There's on some bullshit because I had the tape in my hand. Put the tape in, hit record. Hey, Ma, come down. She finally come downstairs. That's when the second plane hit. Oh, and everyone knows it's real. Like, oh, shit. Me and my mom looking at each other like, that's weird. So we watching. As the motherfuckers come down, we both say to each other, like, yeah, That was a controlled demolition. My uncle was actually down there too. He called us from there. I'm standing at the building. I'm yelling at this nigga, run, nigga. He like, you know what I'm saying? He like, what? You know what I'm saying? And that, literally, as my uncle's running, because he lives in New York City, as he's running, you hear the of the bodies falling. It's like, oh shit, this shit is real. I'm witnessing a spooky vibe. I still go to the job interview. Actually get the job because there ain't nobody interviewing nobody during the whole thing. We're watching the fucking news. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck is going on? And shit. And I'm talking about, like, you know, my mom's in the military. You know, me and my mom on the phone during the whole thing because my mom's, you know, as soon as my mom sees it, she's like, yeah, they did it. They did it. They pushed the button. I'm like, I know my mom. You know what I'm saying? Like, me and my mom may not have the best relationship, but she was a damn fine intelligence officer. She know her shit. You know what I'm saying? So where when she be saying certain things, I just shut up and listen. Fuck.
Yeah, there was definitely something in the air. I remember my dad said that the morning before he woke up, or the morning that it happened, earlier in the morning, I should say, he had a very strange dream about two giants falling, and he woke up, completely remembered the dream. He said the dream was very short, but it was just like one of the dumbest dreams that he had ever had. And he had shared the dream with my mom, and he's like, that was just the oddest dream, but there was just something in the air and in the vibrations, and it was just very weird. I didn't have any feelings pre-incident, but right after the incident, I was at work and were told to go home early, and as a result of it, because people were just very distraught in the office place, etc. So on my drive home, I just noticed that the sky and the air seemed very empty and open, and no birds, and just it just felt void. And it was probably one of the eeriest feelings I've ever had in terms of just looking at the natural elements. It wasn't cloudy. It was a very sunny day, or it was a sunny day, but no clouds in the air. Very blue sky, but not a happy blue.
That's how I was in Ohio. It was very clear blue skies, but no birds, no nothing, and it was a stillness, and it wasn't peaceful still. It was as a nigga who been in some shit. It was that shit. It was that calm right before we get to hit.
Yes, absolutely. It was a very still, eerie feeling, and I've never felt that in my life. And so you knew that the lower and the lower forces and the darker forces were at work, and it was manifesting before our eyes. And some of us who understand certain types of things, when you recognize it, you just say, hey, that's just what it is. You know?
That's actually what me and my mom were doing from an intelligence government level, and then on a spiritual level. Like, honestly, even though me and my mom have a terrible relationship, we were very that thing. We were so close because we were laughing about shit we were saying on the build up. Like I always tell people, half the reason around her retirement was we always tell people. I'll say this much. I believe the war on terrorism and all like that is just is dog whistle words for motherfucking. For years now, there has been a very pitched battle between gray and black ops government agencies. I mean, this shit takes place all around the fucking globe and beyond. And it's American agencies having dick measuring contests with other American agencies, if you really peel back some layers. It's crazy. And some of them...
Is it like you're trying to figure out who can do the most evil and profit off of it? is it, it's like that kind of pissing contest?
I mean, listen. Some of them really fuck with that shit, though. That's why I always bring it back, and I try to explain to people what these Luciferian cults that you laugh about, and when you really think about that, or when you like when when Mark was showing Bohemian Grove and shit like that and everything. And
Yes.
a lot of people like, no, a lot of these things.
They
If you
believe them. That's the core value of the nature of the individuals that you're dealing with. Yep, that is
So-
their core beliefs. So when you were talking about, because you
You
didn't
talk
mention,
about how the white woman bewitched the black woman to embody the Jezebelian spirit, to be the Semiramis, to be the face of the women's movement, LGBT movement, instead of the mother and the rock of the black family.
I know, and I
When
have to.
people think I'm attacking the black woman. I'm just trying to get black women to understand some of these fights you're fighting
are not the fight you need to be fighting. Absolutely. Let me tell you, Clips, there are a lot of places and platforms I have to stay away from, because I am not saying that my way is right, but my way is my way. And I'm not going to be apologetic about who I am and my core beliefs as a person. So with that being said, I acknowledge all of this women empowerment and queen talk and rising to the throne stuff and black girl magic and all of these trendy words, vibes, and this and that and the other. I steer clear from it because I don't. The core of who I am does not subscribe to any of that, any way, shape, form, or fashion. And so I don't speak out on it a whole lot because I don't want to get into a pissing contest or an argument or a debate about who I am as a person. I have a foundation from my childhood, and I bring all of those experiences into my adulthood. Information is absorbed, it's gathered, it's put in. I take in what I want, I spit out what I want, and that's just who I am. So yeah, that whole black girl, be proud, be this, I see something deeper behind a lot of those messages that most people think are just surface things.
Heard saying Satan in a Sunday hat?
I'm sorry?
You ever heard the old saying Satan in a Sunday hat?
Satan in a Sunday hat? No, I haven't actually. But it's cute though. I mean, it's not cute, but I get it.
You get it though?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You know what I mean? You know, it always sounds good. It always sounds good and make you feel good and uplifting, you know. And that is always the trick of, if you understand anything about Luciferian and Abraxian theory, you know what I'm saying? It's an uplifting of self. There's a freedom. There's a freedom of the darkness. There's a embrace this and you'll be free. Release yourself from these bonds. And you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now, growth as an individual, as a human being, and as a person, and becoming better, that in of itself is what we should be striving for as a person. But to join these groups and to congregate and to celebrate stuff that on the surface seems innocent but actually has deeper core meanings that actually end up being a part of who you are and ends up tearing down the very things that you didn't realize you were tearing down, such as the family.
Exactly.
You know, it's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope.
Yep, it is. And that's why I'm always, just like you, I'm always cautious of movements, because I want to be naive and say I think they're founded with good intentions, like most things, but it becomes nefarious. And I think it becomes nefarious with the people involved in them, the people sponsoring them. But just like you, I always feel the safest out of a movement. Like I don't have to be an embodiment of a movement, because I always say this, it becomes way too much. Like I remember back in the day, I wanted to, you know, the whole thing, you know, you're black, you know, in America, you want to connect. And I was like, oh, I want to gravitate to this. Like, there's so many Pan-Africanist people, what's it, Hotep, Negroes and whatnot. And I'll try to listen to the messages. But I swear, I'll try to listen to the messages, try to support it. But I'm like, dang, they're too radical. It's like, you could never get a balance. It's like these things become so radicalized and just engineered where you know that there are powers that be that are at the end of it all puppet stringing these movements. That's why I always tell people openly and freely, because don't want to, I mean, most people will, but I know that people will look at you like, oh, liberal libs will clutch their pearls and be like, oh. But I was like, I've never been a feminist. I'm not part of the feminist movement. It's one of the movements that I have a great disdain on, because like anything else, it's a movement. Most of these things are not really for us, right? So it's a movement created by females, but then you see the agendas for this feminism. That's what, to me, movements always get diluted and distorted. It's the same thing with, I think, Me Too. I believe a Black woman founded that. Once again, intentions were probably good, and then all of a sudden it gets hijacked. The movements get hijacked, they get diluted, distorted, and radicalized, and it always goes left. And that's why I'm always like, oh, I don't want to attach myself to that, because then, like, you're in the Black Girl Magic group, and then the next thing you know, they're doing all kinds of stuff, and you're like, girl, ain't you Black Magic? You know, no, I'm not. I'm not part of that. Don't associate with me. Black Lives Matter included. You know, it may have started with 4 innocent women who put it together, but it's been hijacked. We didn't need Candace Owens to do a documentary to show that funds are being misused. It became nefarious when we knew that they were getting proceeds from Facebook, from Google, from George Soros, from all the white powers that be. We knew that it was a bought and paid for program. And most people should also know it was a bought and paid program when we realized that they only surface when they want to surface. I thought
Exactly.
Black lives should matter around the clock, 24/7, all year round. But it's and there's
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
No, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I've always I liked what Mayor Bowser did with downtown DC, but I always thought it to be more to make it true to America. Yeah, you keep it that Black Lives Matter way, but we should have different bronze statues of different people who sacrificed for America. So the next time we get a president like 45 who wants to have the army march him in front of protesters and shit like that, he can remember, like, get a bronze statue of, say, a Japanese family and American soldiers pushing them to internment camps, bronze statues of Crispus Attucks. Think about it. This whole history of this country was a nigga getting shot.
Right, bronze statues are good too, but look how they did the Martin Luther King with the wife statue.
Oh, yeah.
That was a bunch of BS for $10 million.
Funny. Oh, okay, Nick Rich, she said her Wi-Fi's acting up.
$10 million.
Okay,
that's the best you could give us.
No, I got a funny story about that. I worked at I'll say the company name. I don't work for him no more. Clark Dietrich. And they were dealing with this granite company that we do a lot of different shit and everything for them. This granite company, and there was a granite company from New Hampshire, who, it's the granite state. When they first put up the bid for Martin Luther King statue, they wanted to donate as much granite as possible for free for this monument. The government instantly turned them down. Said, we got to go through this bidding process. Surprisingly, a Chinese company gets the bid. There's a Chinese sculpture, and you wonder why you go to that monument right now. Martin Luther King looks like Mao Zedong with nappy hair. I'm just saying. Yeah, y'all ain't been to DC recently. Don't take my opinion for it. Go look at that goddamn statue. Don't you judge me. Don't you cancel me. I'm just saying. Look at that.
The one with the arms. The one with Martin Luther King's arms.
Yeah,
and...
Oh yeah, and shit like that. That don't look like Martin. That don't look like Martin. That look like hurry up and buy. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at now, and I don't be smoking that. I don't smoke a lot of weed. That's a lot, but I got my faculties about it. That's what I'm saying. And it's a funny thing how we We buy into and we subscribe to a lot of things that we don't understand how we're being pulled and pushed at the same time, all with an end goal in mind.
Exactly. And that's why I always like living in a space of being unlapsed. I don't belong to a movement, an organization, a denomination, or nothing. I'm just me. Don't put me in a category. Don't put me in a box. Because I feel like, and I chose later on in life to live in a realm of not strongly believing in anything. And people are always like, you don't, no, because that's where we get all of this stuff. It's like you got to gravitate to a political affiliation. You got to gravitate to a thought process. You got to gravitate. And I was like, you know what? I just want peace, freedom, and just to live my life based on me. I don't want to be put in any boxes. Everything always has an ulterior motive behind it, no matter which way you want to swing it. And it be the most of the adult fights. People fight over political stuff because of who your movement, a movement probably that doesn't even know you by name, other than when you vote. People fight over religion. I mean, it's like I live an unlapsed life where I don't strongly believe in anything, because to say I strongly agree and believe in things is to feel convicted over things, but my mind changes. I evolve, and I've evolved over the years, and my thought process has definitely changed as well over those years.
Well, see, I live by the Zadaki way. I told you I got every. People think I'm bullshit. I really do have my own religion. You know what I'm saying? And necessity is my God. What's necessary is never secondary to nothing and nobody. And I believe in that because people's needs change and they evolve. See, that allows, what I'm saying, my God evolves with me. My God comes to me as I am and walks with me through my growth and development, guiding me like an invisible hand. And I see the modern paradigms of where you try to fit into these rigid constructs of this is good and this is bad. I feel that those falsehoods have been the biggest traps to human development. Somebody doesn't want to be honest with themselves because they so desperately want to fit into this box. Be whatever that box be. And so because of that, they still have their wants, they still have their needs, they still have whatever, but they're not really pursuing and not even pursuing the best aspects of it, like what we were saying with HLD about checking all your boxes. You know what I'm saying? Making yourself ready and available for these things that you say you want. They're not, but they still want these things. And as the Buddhists say, it's the wanting that brings the suffering.
Yeah.
Hence the propagation of the pain. We're in a world of instant gratification where everybody wants to feel good. So now we're escaping the pain that our escapism is creating.
Right.
Holy shit. They got a good spell going on, don't they?
A whole good one.
They know what
A
they
whole
do.
cycle.
I'm with you with them hoteps. I'm with you. That's what I call them too. That's why I was laughing when you said it.
Hotep niggas.
No, because you know what I'm saying, like I was raised in the craft where, you know what I'm saying, I've been on Egypt and all like that. And okay, over the past 20 years, all these new age niggas with your little motherfucking ankhs and your seashells and your braids and your motherfucking running around with sandals. If you gonna have sandals on, put some fucking lotion and clip your goddamn toenails, nigga. This shit bad. You look like ultra feet out here just running around thinking you righteous. You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't righteous. Cleanliness next to godliness. Comb your hair, nigga. I'm sorry. That was a personal. as you can see, I spent a lot of time around like Hebrew Israelites, Nuwabians, all these damn hoteps. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, call me Amansur Abu Nakbar Ud Abu
Amansur.
Hey, if you don't motherfucking sell me this weed and get the fuck out of here, bro. You know, you talk all this shit, but you still out here pushing packs, though, right? I ain't even mad at you. You know what I'm saying? Let me get to it. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like I judge people individually. I stay away from labels. I always tell people like I'm very racist. I hate the human race. That's the only thing I hate is the human race. I deal with people individually. Like when you start lumping people into groups, I ain't gonna lie, I'll be the first to admit I probably need to change memory. I probably need to change. But I really do. I probably do. Because when you lump people into groups, my general attitude is fuck them.
It's tough. I mean, I think it's tough. It'll take time. It took time for me too, for a long time. Sometimes I battle that, especially for me, it's the white race, you know, like I have to always have an internal dialogue from reality to non-reality. When stuff pops off and it's racially infused, I'm always like, not every white person is bad. This is just a select group of them. Don't put them all in one box. They're all different. Like I literally have to have these internal dialogues because like I feel like I've gotten so close to the edge where I don't ever want my judgment of a select few to overtake a whole group of people. Like I literally go into like I dig back. I'd be like, John Brown helped. There were some good white folks back in the day that helped in the civil rights. There were some good white folks that was there too. So not every white person is. I have to go back that far when stuff pops off because I'll be so quick to want to put the entire race in it to make the entire race the oppressor. And I'm like, no. There's some that are good. It's not the entire race.
Oh my God.
So that's my struggle. So I know it'll take time.
Man, 5th grade, Miss Wilker's motherfucking class. And I was so bad as a kid. I'll never forget her. You know what I'm saying? And she got me suspended, actually. Fuck that bitch. White bitch. Nah, let me stop. It was February, and she's like, "Oh, let me guess, Michael. You're gonna go tell more about what the white people did. But is there any one white man who did anything good?" And without skipping a beat, I was like, "John Brown."
All right,
who's John Brown? I said, "Who's John Brown?" I said, "John Brown knew y'all was wrong, and he put him and his sons even sacrificed their lives to kill white folks."
The entire family.
Him and his that whole family. God bless them. Those are white saints. Why do you think the black race, especially black Americans, we have a soft spot for any white boy with rhythm? In our hearts, we remember John Brown. So does that white boy show a little bit of style, we like, you know what?
Come to the cookout.
Damn it. You know what? He all right. That motherfucker.
That's all right. That's my confession to my adult internal struggle, you know.
Well, see,
because back in the day, I used to be bad. Like years when I was younger. My mind was younger, probably, 18 and under. It'd be F that whole entire race. They're racist, woo, 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 just popping at the mouth, But then I was like, no, individualized.
I can never be racist because of how I grew up in the military. I was always bouncing around. Reggie O from the Killer Show. What up, man? Yeah, come on and get on this panel, man. We talking about racism. I know your ignorant ass. You was out there in LA. You hated everybody. You hated motherfucking Mexicans. You hated goddamn Koreans. You hated goddamn everybody. You was white folks, black folks who wore the wrong color. You was just all fucked up. You just, if it wasn't your family, you just didn't even talk to these niggas, did you, huh? I know how it is, man. Like, I grew up around so many races. As I said, there wasn't no one group, but I always knew that white people did the most. And the thing I always love and always tell any white man, especially a white man from the continental United States who really wants to understand the plight of a person of color in America, was to be a regular citizen. Mind you what I said, a regular citizen, not somebody with richer status living on the island of Hawaii. Hawaii blew my fucking mind. Memory, if you ever get a chance, actually go to Hawaii, and if you can, go chill, because Hawaii has every race you could possibly imagine on that cramped little island. Everyone's so immersed in their culture, it's just like a prison to where everyone stays to themselves. And as you know, with every race on this world, we have one thing in common. We got fucked over by white people. They don't like white people. Oh my God. They call them haoles out there. They don't fucking like them. It's so crazy. Like, yo, like, I know, like, you know how it is in the continent of the United States. Like, say, if me and a white dude get into it, you feel what I'm saying? And the cops would come and just instantly start fucking with me. Yo, you catch the wrong Hawaiian motherfucking cops pull up, it'd be the reverse. It'd be the craziest shit. Like, you know, don't know about, like, unless he rich or something like that, don't, man, fuck that white dude, man, fucking Haole, fuck him. No, I don't even care. I had so many white friends that they didn't understand. I used to love taking them with me for that culture shock.
Right.
I would, man, Reggie know what I'm talking. Samoans, Tongans, Maoris, fucking Haole, fuck you. Haole means invader.
Like colonizer.
Yeah, they don't like them motherfuckers. When I say that, I don't like them motherfuckers. Man, I'll be going somewhere with my friends, and like I said, like, I even got cool with the royal family. You know what I'm saying? So I'm cool out there. You know what I'm saying? Like I always said, like Polynesians and Spanish motherfuckers, there's certain cultures that embrace me more than my family did. And that's where I learned a lot of my motherfucking principles from them, I'll be honest with you. That's why I seem so cultural. Man, we be all love. I'm talking about, hugging motherfuckers. Yeah, giving that, but I call they moms. As soon as my motherfucker white, at that time, who was white boy Greg. See, Tim had to run a couple fades. He won 2 of them fades, but mostly he was getting fucked up. But Tim had heart, so he eventually got respect. But I know white boy Greg, as soon as white boy Greg walked into the house, man, the music might as well just stop, just like in a cartoon.
That was it.
Man, they didn't like, man. Oh my God, man. Fucking Haole. Like, motherfuckers didn't even call. Like, as soon as he walked in the door, you could just see these niggas just turn on him like, they just get, let him live with me, let him live. I would put him through it at least 3 times a week just for, man, just for that ride home when he's all like, and he's looking at me like, oh, they was really gonna kick my ass, and I could just kind of look at him like, yeah, they don't like y'all.
It's on site. But I mean, you know, another thing was like, I've never considered myself to be racist, right? I get triggered, if anything, when it comes, like with my internal dialogue with white people having to reach back to say, you know, we had the John Browns and whatnot. But I get triggered, like when they freaking show us those movies they have, or an event happens and it happens to have the opposite race than black, and it's got a black person involved, then I get triggered. But that's when I have the internal dialogue. When I was younger and naive, which I stopped doing years ago when I was younger and naive, where I would just think it's a group of people, like they're all racist. I would think they were just all, like, one incident would happen, then I'd be like, white people, you know, just white people racist, white people. And then I realized, no, it's not all white people. It's not all white people.
I mean,
dial it back.
Here's the funniest thing.
John
right?
Brown helped us out a little.
Here's the funniest thing. I funny little anecdote, right? One of the founding members of my record label is a white man, and believe it or not, me and his family go back all the way to 1600s. Like, literally, we didn't even notice. Our moms grew up together as friends, and then when I was doing research on my family, you know what I'm saying, and he was like, we kept seeing his family name, my family name, like there would always be like trappers or outlaws or something like that. There was always a salt and pepper team of somebody from his family, somebody from my family, and here we were friends. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy as shit. So I guess like we always tease him like he's from an old line of the only cool white people in all of white. He's not fond of white people is my point.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is my like one of my best friends, quiet as kept. He's not fond of people in general, just like me. But he has a general disdain. I've met a lot of Caucasian people who really opened my eyes to the utter hypocrisy of white culture by their disdain for it.
Yeah, right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I've met a lot of John Browns in my life to where I never wanted to blame a race. You know, I've always viewed it like Hannibal, like when Hannibal was fighting Rome, he was so successful because, he got all the down white people to ride with him. He got the Spanish, he got the Huns and the Celts. He was like, we don't like these niggas neither. Let's ride. He just didn't finish the job. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's like when it came to people, when you put them in labels, I was just like, fuck them Democrats, fuck them white people, fuck them black people, fuck them. Well, no, because fuck them. I don't like labels. Like I think back to Minister El Hajj Malik Shabazz, known to the world as Malcolm X, because after he came back from Hajj, Minister often said how embarrassed he was when he looked back at his speeches. Somebody would ask him a question and he would be like, what Elijah Muhammad teaches, what Elijah Muhammad said, and Elijah Muhammad, blah, blah. Like, Minister, I asked you a question. And I'm really one of them people, you feel what I'm saying? Like, that's what I love about when I discourse with you and I discourse with some of our other neighbors and other people that, I genuinely enjoy my interactions with, is if I want to speak about a subject, I don't care if it's sports or relationships or whatever, I want to know what you think. I don't want your flashcard talking points.
Right.
And and back to what I was saying about the spell and the myth is, we're under these rituals where a lot of people, we hear our dog whistle words and we jump into our talking points. Mm-hmm. We jump into our positions, guards up. Man, we heard the bell. Let's go. I get him. And it's like, now if I was I know this because in my life I've talked to so many people who were technically my ops. Mm-hmm. When I'm able to deal with them individually, conversation goes so differently. I've always found that very strange. But when I talk to him as a representative of this or that, or her as this or that, all I got was talking points and a position. And so, it's why I kind of always preach accountability and honesty and shit like that, because I think if more people were honest with themselves, we could further our development as a species and this greater discussion of where we want to go as a species, and get away from the talking points and actually talk about problems and solutions. I say it a lot of times, I don't believe in peace. For real, you probably heard me say this 1,000 times. Yes, YouTube, I said that. I do not believe in peace. I believe peace is a state of mind that everyone should have. I want it for everyone, because if I am in if I have a state of peace of mind, I am living harmonious with myself. I am able to live harmonious with you, Memory, even when we disagree.
Yeah.
If everyone had a state of peace of mind, the world would be harmonious.
Yeah.
Because we're all at peace. But see, a lot of times we want peace. So we're projecting our ideals and our constructs and our paradigms of what peace and what righteousness and what life is on someone else, thus trying to subjugate their free will. feeding and sustaining this beast, allowing it a new way to incarnate itself, giving itself access to you and yours, because you want peace while refusing to work for peace of mind.
Mm.
You demand peace from others and from the greater outside universe. Yet internally, you will not work
Mm-hmm.
toward the state of peace. You say, no, well, if these motherfuckers wouldn't do this, then maybe I could just calm down. It's all that goddamn noise. If them kids weren't out there always making all that goddamn noise,
Mm-hmm.
that might bother you, but that's not the cause of the problem. Be still. You know, if you be still long enough, you know what I'm saying? If you be still within yourself, you know, you can start being able to perceive how everything else vibrates. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Once you start peeping the vibrations, then you can, you know how you got to flow. But I think that, you know, it's going to take work to get there, though. It's going to take work to get there, and as long as we live by the labels, we're not going to work on our individual growth. We're not going to work on our individual peace, and so harmony will be harder for us to reach, as we will try to impose our ideas of peace upon this world.
Right.
I don't even know if that makes sense, but I know what I said.
Mm-hmm. No, it makes sense.
You know, like, for real, like, you know, I don't know, like, a lot of some people, when I say that, they think I'm talking real crazy, or I'm talking some esoteric shamanistic shit, but it's like, now a lot of it does come from deeper occult principles, but I think it's very cut and dry, you know.
I mean, it'll definitely solve the problems, right, of the world, because if we focus on individual peace, we're not too concerned about what the next person is doing. So we're not continually in these rivalries, you know, so it makes sense, you know, because that's the majority of the problems, if you ask me, from the low level to the government, high official political levels, is we're always too busy focusing on what other people are doing. You know,
Right.
It's always what other people are doing and what other people are not doing. But if we have individual peace, then we're just focusing on that. You know,
we try to measure ourselves by others, or we try to apply the same metrics to a multitude of things.
mm-hmm.
You know, just because this is true here doesn't mean it's true there.
Right.
But don't let, but you know, but some people can't understand that. They just know that, you know, it was able to work here. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
You know, read the room. This ain't the place for that shit. Mm-hmm. That's like when motherfuckers come over here talking that goddamn Aerospin shit. Goddamn it, this is motherfucking goddamn reservation. Goddamn it, we on the other side of the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Right across the plaza, where Jesse Leroy's warehouse of wings, waffles, and watermelon, and Wanda's Wing Emporium, right across street from Willie and Tinkernaps. Y'all know the place. Come on down to the neighborhood. We having a good time. Okay. We cuss a lot over here, though. You better not bring your kids around here. You know, there's wisdom over here, but I get grumpy and I just speak real plainly. You know, I'm sorry. I don't mean no harm. You bitch. Man, what my cuddy doing, man? I sent my cuddy to the store to get some wraps, man, like forever ago, man. Oh.
He said an hour ago.
Damn. I'm looking at it. I told Mark I'll do an hour. It's like 3 hours recorded to you, man, just talking shit with men. But, you know, Her voice sounds so good. I can just talk to her about anything. So how's your got planned for today?
I'm just gonna hit some books. Who's that guy? Oh man, but yeah, man, it's been a lot of learning moments.
Not all true. Oh man, but yeah, I know it's I just gotta go. You say you gonna hit some books, you gotta do some studying. I know everybody. I want to do one of these days. I want you to come on here and we're gonna read this motherfucker. I want to read this motherfucker right here, and I'm gonna do like maybe. Well, it's only a few pages. I know I read this pretty quickly. I wanted to just go through like a couple pages and then talk to you about it.
Okay, it's cool.
You know what I'm saying? Like bang out a chapter and be like, okay, you know what I'm saying? So this was what I got from it. You know what I'm saying? Booty boop, skibbity boom, and open that up for people to go on and give me their input. You know what I'm saying? But everybody, shout out to man, the agenda. Go on and plug your stuff real quick, man. I don't want to mess your name up. Go on and give yourself a little shameless.
The agenda, Wake Up Black America. Now is your time. It's you can find the books on my tree link. My tree link is on Girl Behind the Mic, MIC, on the About section. And when you open the tree link, the book section will be right underneath my OnlyFans page link. So go on over there to the About section. Yes, the agenda. Wake Up Black America, now's your time.
There you go, Conshonery. Go on and get this book, The Agenda, so you can learn how to be our British John Brown in the neighborhood.
John Brown.
I know that's right. We fuck some kind of real one out here. God damn it. What's happening, Jamel? You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the motherfucking Smoke Signals. We out here chopping it up. I got the home girl memory in the building. Girl behind the mic. We're talking about her awesome book. We're just trying to, we're just picking her brain, trying to get her awesome perspective on a litany of things. We started with relationships, ended up talking about witchcraft, goddamn conspiracy theories, and 9/11. We're about to start talking about werewolves and midgets in a minute, man.
Werewolves, midgets, and mermaids.
It's a great show, kids. Stick around. You never know what's going to happen. I tell you what, ain't gonna happen. Ain't no motherfucker gonna try and jump on this panel pulling out their tallywhacker. We ain't with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? We gonna get them up out of here.
Can't be a member of the Cocksmith committee.
Yeah, the Cocksmiths will get you up out of here. And we gonna send them little goonies. Damn it. I'm trying to send them little ugly niggas. You know what I'm talking about? Them little ugly little Chief Keef niggas. Can't cope with shit.
Chief Keef.
You don't get a couple hundred of them niggas outside your door. Come out here, come on my show on some bullshit. We just trying to have a conversation. You gonna try to pull out your tallywhacker. Because I know Mark's listening. Me and him had several conversations off the record about how wild motherfucker. Oh, you going live? Motherfuckers don't even fuck with you. As soon as you go live, motherfucker jump in your live and do everything. Be doing every goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Jamal know what I'm talking about. The little uglies. You know what I'm saying? Every hood got them.
Little uglies.
Girl behind the mic, there's that certain little neighborhood when you driving around your city, you be you just keep driving like, oh shit, they out. Whole bunch of little you might have meant to turn left, but as soon as you seen them, you know what? Shit. Not today. I fucking finally goddamn kill one of these little niggas fucking around, boy. They don't respect nothing.
Not a thing.
You gonna come out from the stove, they gonna be two niggas sitting leaning on your goddamn car while they shoot dice. talking on the phone and shit.
Shooting dice.
Get the fuck on my car, nigga. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm on the phone. Nigga, get the fuck off. Jamel said he just you was at the corner store. He must have just got some wraps. That's what it was. He just got some wraps. You know what I'm saying? You know, there's that wino in the corner. Hey, you got some change? He said, nah. As soon as he came out the store, he was like, I know you got change now. I saw that whole thing. You spent $20 and goddamn, you got your ports and some Swisher Sweets, nigga. I know you got like motherfucking $7. Come on. Give a nigga $1. Try to get the talk in. Little uglies. Them little uglies was at your car though, Jamel. They was at your car. Yeah. Hey, you know you in the hood. You know when you in the hood, when you'll be driving down the street and two niggas will be parked in the street talking to each other and act like you bothering them.
Right. Right. Especially when the car just parked in the middle of the street. I'm like, y'all can have this conversation to the pull up to the side.
He's standing over here talking to somebody. Nigga parked over here just rolling up and shit like that. He don't even give a fuck. Oh, white lady, she just sitting there. She just scared as hell. She just don't want no problems.
Right. You don't want no problems. Don't make eye contact too.
Tell you, goddamn motherfucker sitting in there with the little ugly nigga face on, rolling his blunt.
Right.
Oh, you trying to get by, nigga? Why we do that, y'all? You know what? Let's have it. You know what I'm saying? Before we close this shit out, let's take a moment and let's talk about moments in niggatry and ask why.
Behaviors. Why? Why do we block the entire street to have a conversation with somebody sitting on the porch? Why?
Have you ever been in a neighborhood that's got perfectly good sidewalks? But then none of these little niggas use them.
None.
And they will walk towards your car, staring you dead in the eye. They walking. You better not hit me, punk motherfucker.
Right, and you better not blow the horn too, because it's gonna be a problem.
Who you honking at? Oh, you honking at me? Are you honking at me? Motherfucker. Fuck out the road, I gotta get to work.
Why? Why do we do this?
Hate you little niggas. You know, and it ain't a real hood unless you got white rats.
White rats.
Yes. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man, there is no listen. The original nigga is a white man. Remember that. The original nigga is a poor white man, a poor uneducated white man. He was the one who was in charge of the slaves and taught us how to speak, and we modeled our behavior after this piece of shit. And so you know you're in the ghetto when you got all these hillbilly, fucked up, degenerate, drunk, meth head motherfuckers.
1 2 hanging on to the guns.
Who will have the gall as they're walking around in their broken fucking flip-flops and fucking worn out yoga pants that they should not be wearing through aisle 7 in the Walmart. Look at you as you're walking down your aisle and grab their dirty little dusty ass kid. Like you want anything from their motherfucking ass. Ain't that a bitch? Fuck you, J-Bob. Okay, I'm worried about you robbing me, and I know that was you who motherfucker was trying to steal change out the motherfucking cars in the driveway. I know that was you. I got a goddamn man. These motherfuckers don't even know. I got cameras in my shit. These motherfucking white folks be crazy. They be feed out. They love some heroin. Man, Dave Chappelle was not lying about that. No, for real. He was not lying. He lives in Ohio. He lives in Yellow Springs, man. Ohio, crazy. Meth monsters are real. I'm talking about all of them. All of them. You can't judge them by you can't just look at them no more and be like, oh, he's a meth monster. Because some of these motherfuckers got functional fiends. I'm telling you, where I'm from is the land of the functional fiend, man.
Land of the functional fiend.
This nigga will have a nice house. You'll have shit. You own a couple businesses. whatever. Oh yeah, he a weekend warrior. This motherfucker have himself locked up in a hotel with goddamn 2 hookers and motherfucking all the meth he could want. Go hard, you know what I'm saying?
Go hard or go home.
And take his ass right back to work next week and get that money back before, you know what I'm saying, she realized she done smoked up the rent. Motherfuckers are amazing. Industrious people, these meth heads. I mean, crackheads was the same way. I remember back in the day, you know what I'm saying, you kind of was lacking unless you didn't have like a fiend or two you couldn't tap in with. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if you had some work need done around your house, you know, don't act like I'm the only one. You know what I'm saying? Like that motherfucker, you know, the 2 stones get you a long way with a motherfucking fiend. Don't act like I'm the only one. Man, come on, bro. Don't fucking judge me.
2 stones.
Goddamn 2 stones.
The whole house renovated.
Man, motherfucker. Man, I know the motherfuckers right now who don't clean their house like once a week or something. They got that little motherfucker, little jump that comes through and goddamn, she'll spick and span this whole motherfucker. And that motherfucker going. I knew a jump, little motherfucker. You give him 2 of them bitches, man. That man, you know, them big roll around garbage cans that you like take the trash out with. This motherfucker, I don't know how he did it. He would come back with them shits filled with meat. Like he done ran through the grocery store. I'm talking about steaks, all like that, man. That shit, man.
The finest cuts of steaks too, huh?
Yeah. Finest cuts too. Like, man, goddamn, for 2 stones, man. I'm like, man, this motherfucker better not ever motherfucking try to go to rehab. Fuck that. Give a fuck. Fuck him. Man, I'll admit it. I've had friends who I personally motherfucking enabled their goddamn relapse. No, fuck this. I don't even like you sober. This ain't fun. When you was all tweaked out, you used to do shit that was interesting. You boring as hell. You keep talking about some damn Jesus, man. Fuck that. Turn
Not something damn Jesus.
You all bullshit, nigga. We in a strip club. You talking about Leviticus? Yeah, niggas. Fuck out of here. Play with these hoes, right? Playing with me, right? Trying to count money and you talking bullshit right there.
Not Leviticus.
I know I ain't right, but it's the truth, man. I done had moments where it was like, man, I had one engineer, man, poor man, God bless this guy, man. This motherfucker, he was trying his best to motherfucker get his demons under control, but I liked his mixing. We'd be in the studio and he, you know, the session would run out and everything, and I'd be like, yo, I got like a couple more songs in me. He'd be like, man, I'm tired, you know, I'm just trying to, you know, plus you guys been going in heavy. I'm not trying to get triggered or nothing. I'm like, listen, man, I know you're tired. I'll tell you what, why not just put this on the table right here and I'm gonna go outside and have a smoke. And if I come back and it's gone, you know, we'll just keep recording. And if I come back and it's still here, I'm gonna go have another smoke. Now, you know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, we have like 10, 12-hour studio sessions because, you know, you all geeked up. Just, hell yeah, that shit's hot, man. Hell yeah. You gotta...
Enabling the community.
Motherfuckers wonder why I ended up with such a crazy motherfucking catalog. Cause, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I had a couple engineers where it'd be like... Oh, that's shit right there. That's right. Yeah, but I know, man. I'm telling you, I don't see. I mean, and that's why I'm weird. I'm one of the people like when a bum or a poor person asks me for money, I'll probably give you money if you're being honest.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, hey nigga, I'm trying to get high. I might be like, nigga, I feel you. You never know. I might catch you in the mood. Hey nigga, I'm trying to get high. I might even shoot you the whole dub. Yeah, nigga. I ain't even rich like that, but that's, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to get how you live, my nigga. Go ahead, nigga. Fuck it. You know, I look at a nigga like, you know, you look fucked up right now, nigga. Yeah, man. Go on and get a bag, nigga. Shit. You look like you hurting, man. Go ahead and feel no pain for a minute, my man.
Feel no pain for a minute.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm just trying to take the edge off, because he look like he's struggling right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't like when you lie to me.
Right.
I'm hungry. Give me $1. I'm trying to get something to eat. I'm like, shit. I want to get something for $1. I'm coming with you, nigga. Let's go. Now you just staring at y'all. You nigga, you wanted to drink. You want a tall can? You should have told me. I'd have got you a tall can, man. Goofy ass. Or the worst is when you ask a motherfucker, what do you want? Hey, man, you got a couple dollars for me? Hey, what do you need this money for? You be like, why you pause? Why you pause, nigga? Fuck you pause for, nigga. Now you don't want to give him the money now. You like, hold on, nigga. What are you about to spend this shit on? It's up to something nefarious.
We gave a homeless guy in Las Vegas a case of beer. Back in the day when we went to Vegas, we went to the liquor store and we hoarded all kinds of liquor, and we were going back to a hotel room, and his sign said, I'm not gonna lie, I need money for alcohol. We pulled and opened the door, gave him some beers. Like, here you go. Kept it going.
I bought a homeless guy a couple rounds of beer and a few lap dances at a strip club once, but it wasn't to be nice. It was to prove a point to my one dude who was getting infatuated with the stripper. I was like, dude, she'll do this to anybody with money.
Ew. So the homeless, they had a dance on a homeless guy? Ew.
I gave him some money. I went outside and said it. I was like, yo, watch this. It was a goofy bet. I told you, man. Me and my guys get double. We're not mature. We're older. I'm in my 40s, but at moments we haven't matured past middle school. It's bad. I'll be the first to admit it. We have means and resources, so we get real petty, and it'll be like elaborate pranks and shit that we do on people. It's crazy. Ooh, good question. Are you into pranks?
Depends, I guess.
What would you think would be describe maybe one of the craziest prank you've ever seen anyone pull off?
Shoot. Off the top of my head, let me see. Can't think that quick. Craziest? Can't think that quick.
Yeah. I once me and my brother used to, when we for a brief while when we got along, we had this thing where the whole month of April was prank wars, where we do some real fucked up shit. I'm talking about real destructive shit. That's how I got good at shit. Yeah, real destructive shit. Like it was like Bam Margera only on some good shit long before, this is the 90s. So one day we lived in Arizona at the time, so it's hot as all fuck. April. I waited until he was gone, and I grabbed 3 dead fish, and I sewed them. I cut open his bed mattress, and I sewed them into his mattress.
Ew.
And just let that just go off for weeks, just fucking with him, walking by like, nigga, your room stink. Nigga, the fuck, nigga.
My God. Yeah.
Man, I don't know. I washed all the clothes. That big dumbass nigga, he running around all tripping. He throwing shit away. Man, I don't know what the fuck that smell is. I think it's in the wall.
Oh my God.
Oh man. Yeah, I told you we like stupid shit, like throw crazy house parties, but there'd be certain like little pranks and traps set up all throughout the house where, you know what I'm saying, niggas who know we know not to do certain things, and certain motherfuckers, if you go to rooms where you're not supposed to go to, sucks to suck.
Surprise.
That motherfuckers walking into the room with paint or whatever all on them, and we're like, yeah, nigga, you weren't supposed to go back there. What the fuck you doing? But you bad, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? You weren't supposed to do it anyway. It ain't consequences. You're gonna learn today.
Right.
Yeah, man. But yeah. Good times.
What you about to do today?
Me, I am about to lay down and take my ass to work later on, and I'm about to make some steaks.
Oh, steaks.
Yeah, I'm about
steaks
to
and eggs. Steak and eggs.
I could do that. I could go for some steak and eggs right now. I'm hungry.
Oh, that sounds good. No, I'm hungry.
Yeah.
No, I ain't got no steaks. Got eggs.
Yeah, I got some eggs, got some turkey bacon. I should make some hash browns. I don't know. You got a nigga, man. You know I'm a skinny fat boy, man. You can't be doing shit like this.
Yeah, but I'm probably gonna go cook something for breakfast and start studying. And we'll talk to you later.
I thank you for stopping by. I thank
Mhm.
everybody for tuning in. Hey, man, look at this shit. It has been 4 hours and 4 of the funnest minutes with, you know what I'm saying, people coming through, you know what I'm saying, putting it up in the air with that guy, man. You already know, man. What's necessary is never secondary. I thank you. Keep tuning in. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, you know what I'm saying. If you want to support, you feel what I'm saying, you could always show your support one way or the other. You feel what I'm saying, by tuning in. You can hit the Cash App, do whatever you got to do, you know, share it. We're going to have some more episodes going on. Thank you to Memory. Thank you to HLD. Thank you to Mark Nash, everybody in the Breaking News community. Thank you for everybody who pulled up for the first time. Thank you for all the people who pulled up. You know what I'm saying? Again, this is what, episode 3, episode 4, whatever. And damn, it's just up from there, man. So on that note, I just want you to know that I love you. Memory, you got anything you want to say to our guests before you go?
No shout out, but had a great time here. And everyone, don't forget to subscribe, like, turn on your notification bell. And thanks for showing up. And I had a good time. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now, so it's been awesome. It's been fun, man, you know, and we're going to do it again for sure. So
now you can hit the sheets of the streets. It don't make me no, never mind. Now that's your bag, baby. You can go or you can come. Can you take?
Man, you know what I'm saying? We're going to do it either way. We got to do it. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to have our fun. We're going to put this smoke in the air. Thank you for tapping in. I am that guy. Normally I'd be playing some music. Do I got anything? Let me see something. I'm gonna turn this shit up. You know, I gotta end my, you know what I'm saying? It's me. I gotta turn this up. I like this shit right here. You know what I'm saying? Turn this shit up right here for y'all one time and let y'all ride out the right way. We're gonna put it in the air. I'm gonna give y'all something to smoke to. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give some of y'all to smoke to as we go ride out. I'm gonna roll up. We're gonna do it that way. Yeah.
shut. Don't try that loud stuff, cause you don't sound tough. We're from the ground up.
Made a lot of money, plus a lot of enemies. I guess the two go hand in hand, so it seems. My plan was to be trying to fall back, but once I go to leave the streets, called me back, and I just can't walk away. I probably should, but this hood life's in my veins. Hey yo, I just can't walk away. It's sad to say, but I doubt that I'll ever change.
Life to a place where there was none. My blood runs through the same veins as where I come from. Born city, find my city just so I could blame someone. Learn the hard way about business with loved ones. Young James living with a chip on his shoulder now, ready to shoot so they can say that they hold it down. Shit, 10 years back, I wrote a casket to show them how. Now so profane the truth with the smarter and older now. When those around, man, that's my maxim to live by. There's no greater truth in my raps that I've implied. A foot in each world, so I'm walking a thin line. It's about the win itself, not how many you went by. I've been tired of crime, but they're lying now. Guess who's back? Big diatribe and rhyme on your test tube track. So go inside my mind, try and get through that. And you don't have shit to worry about unless you rap. But keep your mouth shut, don't try that loud stuff, cause you don't sound tough. We're from the ground up.
Made a lot of money, plus a lot of enemies. I guess the two go hand in hand, so it seems. My plan was to be trying to fall back, but once I go to leave the streets, called me back, and I just can't walk away. I probably should, but this hood life's in my veins. Hey yo, I just can't walk away. It's sad to say, but I doubt that I'll ever change.
I'm in the game to win the game, not for second, third place or to get the fame. It's not important what they call you, let's skip the names. All they ever do is spit the same and it's a shame. I got the world by the balls and the vice grip. Tight shit, JP runs a tight shift. I could never fall off, but I might slip. If you're living not to die, then your life's bitch. I write hits, a cappella while I light spliffs. They ask for mic tips, I tell them rap like this. Right quick, cause I'm overdue to strike rich. Work overtime, closer to the night shift. Always laughed at the square with the wife, kids. Picket fence and the dog like why live? You're 26, by 30 you'll be bitter and you wish you did more. Playing house sounded fun, now the bitch is just bored. So keep your mouth shut, don't try that loud stuff, cause you don't sound tough. We're from the ground up.
Made a lot of money, plus a lot of enemies. I guess the two go hand in hand, so it seems. My plan was to be trying to fall back, but once I go to leave the streets, called me back, and I just can't walk away. I probably should, but this hood life's in my veins. Hey yo, I just can't walk away. It's sad to say, but I doubt that I'll ever change.
I can't leave rap alone, my fans need me. I flow for folks who stack they dough, pay bills to feed seeds. I make missions impossible, looks so easy. Picture this with me gone, now that's a weak scene. Gangsters make the world go round. I'm not a rapper, ain't no competition worth mentioning. They're not a factor, hardest time and pop to snatch up. Hustle the hardest grind, put my partners on with a proper package. Promise that till I die, I stay true. The truth, my only master. Sold a few albums, yet all the while what really held me down was trapping. Dead to play the money, slinging white rabbits by the hat trick. Black energy in me got me kicking dark magic. You wanted arts and craft shit. When my art for craft is the source of most cats lit. I self-lord and master all that you grasp for. They call me back cause the business is good. She called me back cause she's digging the wood. Misunderstood, probably cause my grind is way bigger than my hood.
I made a lot of money, plus a lot of enemies. I guess the two go hand in hand, so it seems. My plan was to be trying to fall back, but once I go to leave the streets, called me back, and I just can't walk away. I probably should, but this hood life's in my veins. Hey yo, I just can't walk away. It's sad to say, but I doubt that I'll ever change.
Keep your mouth shut, don't try